All right. We are back. I am half asleep. Crappy night. But yeah, let's do it.
Nope. Yes, get in.
Raise.
Or. Cool.
Check.
Check. Check. Forward. All in.
Nope.
Yeah. Cool.
Fold.
Raise. Cool. I check. Check. Cool. Cool. Raise. Cool.
Raise.
Call.
Call.
Cool. Check.
Check.
I check.
Check.
Check. I call. Fold. Call. Yes. Cool.
Fold.
Raise.
Call.
Cool. Check. I'll check. I call. Yes!
Call.
Cool.
Nope.
Check.
Call.
Cool. Check.
Oh, man.
Raise. Call. I call. Yes.
Cool.
Raise. Call.
Cool.
Check.
Check.
All in.
Nope.
Raise.
call.
Yeah! Cool.
Raise.
Cool.
Check.
Check. Check. Cool. Yes. Fold.
Yes. Raise.
Cool. Check.
I check.
Check. Cool. Check. Cool. Yeah! Cool.
Raise.
Cool. Check. Check. Cool.
Yes. Raise.
Cool. Check. Cool. Check.
Yes. Raise.
Cool. Check.
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 I check.
Check. Cool.
Yes. Fold.
Yes, get in. Cool.
Raise.
Cool. Check. Cool.
Yes. Raise.
Cool.
Goes to hell, no one's to blame. Think I've seen this happen once before. I don't wanna see it anymore.
Check.
I'll check.
Check. Cool. Check.
I don't think I could take too many more.
Cool.
Another trying to make a dime. Another sucker on the line. Another slacker trying to get off cheap. I'm just trying to get a good night.
Yeah.
When you think you had enough, here comes another. When you think you had enough, here comes another. Here comes another.
Cool.
Here comes another. Stumbling up the steps and through the door.
Raise.
Think I could take too many more.
Cool.
Check.
Check.
Yes. Raise.
Cool. Check. Cool. Check. Cool. Check. Cool. Yeah. Cool. Fold.
Yes! Raise. Yes! Raise.
Cool. Check.
I check.
Check. Cool. Check. Cool. Yes. Cool.
Raise.
Cool. 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 Yes, get in. Nope.
Yes. Raise.
Cool. Check.
I will give you that one.
Nah, I'm out.
Yes. Raise.
Cool.
I check.
All in.
Fold.
Yeah. Cool.
Raise.
Cool.
I will let you have it.
Fold.
Yes. Raise.
Cool. Check. Nope.
Yes. Raise.
All in.
Nope.
Yeah. Fold.
Yes. Raise.
Cool. Check.
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 I check.
Check. Cool. Yes. Nope.
Yes. Raise. Yes. Raise. Yes. Raise.
Cool. Check.
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 I'll check.
Check. Cool. Yes, get in. Cool. Cool.
Yes!
Yeah.
Fold.
Yeah. Cool.
Raise.
All in.
Fold.
Oh my god. Need to catch 7.
Yes!
No, not funny.
Nope.
Yeah.
Raise.
All in.
Call. Yes!
How does he pull out shit like that? Every fucking time we've gone all in, he just pulls it out his ass.
Fold.
Yeah. All in.
Nope.
Yes. Cool. Raise. All in.
Fold. Yes!
It's all fun and it's all game. Hill, no one's to blame. Think I've seen this happen once before.
Fold.
Raise.
Nah, I'm out. Fold.
Fold. Nice one.
Raise.
Raise.
Cool. Raise. Cool.
Raise.
All in. Cool. Cool.
Raise.
Ace 9.
Yeah.
Oh, we're getting screwed each time we go all in.
Raise.
Fold. Cool. Cool.
Fold.
Check.
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 Cool.
Not cool.
All in.
Fold.
No. Fold.
Yeah.
Raise.
Raise. Cool.
Nope.
Raise.
Raise. Cool.
All in.
Raise.
Oh, they'd want to be good cards. None of you went all in with me.
Are cool.
Queen 10 suit. Not bad. Pair of sixes. And a pair of nines.
Yeah. Fold.
Cool.
Cool.
Fold.
Check. Cool.
Cool.
All in.
Fold.
Nope. Yes. Cool.
Raise.
Cool.
Cool.
Let's have a look and see where we're at.
Check.
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 Fold.
Yeah.
Ugh.
Cool.
Forward.
Fold.
Check. Cool. Cool. All in. Fold. Yeah!
All in.
Cool.
Fold.
Fold.
Yes, get in. Cool. Call.
Cool.
Check.
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 Check. Check.
Check.
Check.
Check. Check.
Call.
Call. Yeah. Raise.
Sheesh.
Call.
Let's have a look though. See what happens.
Forward.
Check. Cool. All in. Nah, I'm out. Yeah. Cool.
Fold.
Raise.
No, you can take that.
Haha.
Don't worry, I'll be coming for that money.
Raise.
I call.
Fold. Cool. Check.
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 Nope.
Cool.
Are cool.
Yes. All in. Fold.
Cool.
Fold.
Yes. Get in. All in. Cool.
Fold.
Long as we don't hit a 10, we're good.
Yeah.
That's a
Cool.
Fold.
Check.
Cool. Cool. Cool.
Alright. She's got everything on that.
Yeah. Cool.
Raise.
Really? You raised that much? I
No.
will fold on that.
Us. Raise.
Cool. Check. Cool.
Why the hell did you do that?
Check.
No, we'll fold that. Alright, like that. He's getting...
Us.
He was probably bullshitting, but I'm not going to risk it with nothing. But his problem is going to be when he starts coming over the top of me when I've got something.
Raise. Us. Raise.
Let's
Cool.
have a look.
Check.
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 I'll give him that.
Check.
Oh my god.
Call.
Why? I just gave him like fucking 10k I didn't need to.
Check.
Ice. Raise.
This guy's a fucking tit ass, all the shit he gets. He won't want to go big when sold.
Raise.
All in.
Raise. Ush.
Seriously? Fucking hell.
Raise.
Fold.
Call. Nope.
She can be a problem, so can Turbo Girl.
Raise. Nope.
Call. All in.
I call.
Cool.
Ooh. Yeah, I'm gonna have to catch the flush. Or fucking king and a five.
Yay.
How did you not even show the fucking flop then? Like, you just went straight to, oh, she's won.
No.
Raise.
All in.
Nope.
Are cool.
Fold.
Cool.
Oh. Unlucky.
Haha.
Seriously? You couldn't give me a fucking spade and... That's what I mean, whenever we go all in, it's fucking brutal. Admittedly, that was stupid to go all in on, but...
Raise. No.
All in.
Fold.
Fold.
Fold. Fold.
Yeah!
Raise.
Cool.
Call.
Cool.
I check.
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 Check. Nope.
Fold.
Yes.
Raise.
Cool.
Fold.
Cool.
Fold.
Check.
I check.
Check.
Fold.
Yeah.
I'll raise.
Cool.
Raise.
Raise.
No. Call. Call.
All in.
Raise.
Cool.
I call. Call.
Catch an ice and let's get it done.
Yes, get in.
Oh my god, I got.
Fold.
Call.
No.
Raise. Fold.
All in.
Cool.
Haha.
We get royally railroaded every fucking time we go all in. Like, I lost. Get off the table.
Raise. Fold. Cool. Raise.
Cool.
Nope.
Cool. 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 Raise. Cool.
Cool.
So YouTube has kept trying to suppress these videos. They keep giving me strikes. So I'm not going to say what I usually say at the beginning of today's episode, but if something happens to me in the near future,
Yeah.
By non-human entities called Archons. Now, these beings are said to exist in higher or hidden dimensions, and they feed on human fear, suffering, and negative emotion. It's said that Archons manipulate governments, religion, media, and even belief systems to keep humanity distracted,
Right.
divided, and unaware of its true spiritual potential. Some versions say that they pose as gods, as aliens, or elites, while others claim they influence thoughts directly, trapping humans in a
Let's
false
say, here we
reality
go.
or a prison planet designed to harvest energy. Mars was the Garden
Fold.
of Eden. This theory claims that the biblical Garden of Eden wasn't on Earth, but it was actually on Mars. The idea is that Mars was once a
Fold.
lush, life-supporting world and the original home of humanity, or an advanced civilization that humans descended from. According to the theory,
Cool.
a planetary disaster or war destroyed
Cool.
Mars' atmosphere, forcing survivors to escape to Earth. Religious texts, ancient myths, and similarities between early human knowledge and lost technology are said to be distorted memories of this migration, with Eden representing Mars before its collapse. 7 nations
Check.
the U.S. won't attack. This theory claims that there are exactly 7 countries that the United States will never invade or directly attack, no matter what the circumstances are.
Cool.
Now, the reasons vary by kind of who you ask. You know, some say that these nations are protected by hidden treaties, by, advanced weapons, or even like, alien alliances, or just, financial leverage over the U.S. government. Other versions argue that these countries hold
Check.
damaging information, they control key global resources, or they are strategically
Check.
untouchable due to geography or alliances. This theory is basically just framing U.S. foreign policy as sort of selective, with certain nations quietly placed, off limits, and we just don't know about it. But I think we can kind of guess which nations would be
Nope.
under this protection, if you will. I'll leave that open-ended so you guys can fight in the comments about what countries you guys think it is. Axiom 23.
Yeah.
Axiom 23 is a meta-conspiracy idea that claims that once you're aware of conspiracies, you'll always be able to connect any event back to one. The theory says that every major event, every political event, every cultural or even personal event, can be explained through hidden forces, through secret coordination, or unseen agendas.
Raise.
In other words, nothing anymore is random. The deeper you go, the more patterns you see, until conspiracy becomes the, default explanation for, even reality itself. It frames awareness as a one-way door, and once you see it, you can't stop seeing connections everywhere, whether they're real or they're constructed. Again, like today, there's one certain thing which I'm pretty sure a lot of you probably know what I'm talking about, but it shows up in, everything. And it could just be people that just want it to show up in everything, so they're making, little tiny details like, oh, it's this, But I think you guys know what I'm talking about. Am I saying this? No, none of this stuff is true. I'm not saying any of that. Just saying. Göbekli Tepe. Now, the Göbekli Tepe theory claims that this ancient site in modern-day Turkey rewrites human history. The massive stone pillars are dated to around 9600 BCE, thousands of years earlier than agriculture or known civilization. The theory says that an advanced, organized society existed far earlier than mainstream history admits, and may have possessed lost knowledge about astronomy, or ritual, or even sacred geometry. Some versions suggest that the Göbekli Tepe was a global hub, it was a temple complex built by a forgotten civilization, or even survivors of a previous advanced culture whose existence was later erased or buried. Literally buried, or erased, yeah. The U.S. funds ISIS. This theory is just claiming that the United States indirectly or secretly supported Islamic State. The idea is that money, weapons, or training meant for allies, rebels, or proxy forces in the Middle East ended up in ISIS' hands, either intentionally, like I said, or as a part of a larger strategy. Some versions say that this was done to destabilize regions, to justify military presence, or to reshape borders, while others claim that ISIS was allowed to grow as a tool against rival companies. The theory frames ISIS not as an independent force, but as a byproduct of hidden geopolitical maneuvering. North Korean ghost boats. This theory focuses on abandoned or deceased-filled fishing boats that mysteriously wash up on Japanese shores. The theory claims that these boats aren't just accidents, but they are signs of darker problems, things like secret military operations, forced labor fishing programs, starvation, or even covert missions gone wrong. Some versions say that fishermen are sent far out to sea under impossible conditions and never return, while others suggest that defectors, spies, or classified naval activity. The boats are called ghost boats because they arrive, empty or carrying bodies, with no clear explanation of what happened at sea. Yantic River Dwellers. The Yantic River comes from Connecticut folklore and claims that a hidden race of small humanoid beings live near the Yantic River. Now, according to the story, these dwarves lived underground or in forested areas and were hostile to outsiders. Local legends say that they attacked early settlers, they sabotaged camps, and even killed intruders who got too close. Some versions describe them as an ancient non-human species.
She's just bullying now.
Legends, subterranean civilizations, or a lost race that retreated into hiding as humans expanded into their territory. Blackbird at Chernobyl. The Blackbird at Chernobyl theory claims that a strange, dark, winged entity appeared around the time of the 1986 Chernobyl nuclear disaster. Witnesses reported seeing a massive black bird or shadowy humanoid creature with wings, red eyes, and just this overwhelming sense of dread. According to the theory, people who saw it experienced nightmares, strange calls, and feelings of impending doom before the reactor explosion. Some versions say that the creature was a supernatural omen, a harbinger of catastrophe, or an interdimensional being drawn to nuclear energy and large-scale human suffering. Operation
All we want is a six
Operation Bluebeam is a conspiracy theory
and no
claiming
kings
a
or
fake
aces.
alien invasion or religious event will be staged to establish a new world government. The idea says that advanced technology like holograms, satellites, and psychological warfare will be used to project images of gods, UFOs, or supernatural beings into the sky. These events would simulate miracles, alien attacks, or apocalyptic signs to frighten humanity into accepting a single global authority. Some versions say that it's literally the final step in creating a one-world government, replacing existing religions and nations with a unified system of control. Elsagate. Now, Elsagate is a conspiracy theory centered on disturbing children's videos that appeared on platforms like YouTube. The theory claims that they are videos, often using popular characters like Elsa, Spider-Man.
I'm not going to say what I usually say at the beginning of today's episode, but if something happens to me in the near future, you know who did it. This show is about facts, so if you want to see the facts and the resources that we use to create this script, you can go to the resources document, which is in the description of this show. And on top of that, all parties are presumed innocent until proven guilty in a court of law. With that said, this is a really disturbing episode, one people need to hear. Let's get into it, and welcome to the Conspiracy Files. For years, I've been talking about how big of a problem pedophilia is in society today. It's insane how many different people have gotten away with crimes against children over the years. I think as a society and a culture, we're now awakening to the horrible, horrific things that have happened right under our noses for decades, centuries. And there is a desire to expose these truths and to put a spotlight on these creeps, because these predators, these pedophiles, are hiding.
Remember how, in our recent video, solving the Dyatlov incident mystery, we said it was our most ambitious thing? Well, we may have already outdone ourselves, because this time we're tackling one of the biggest current mysteries of our time, Epstein's supposed death. And there's one incident tied to it that few have talked about, an incident that may have put everything in motion. It all started with just a few words and an image. On Saturday, August 10th, 2019, at 8:16 a.m., a post goes up on 4chan, accompanied by a picture of what looks to be Pepe the Frog dressed as a king. It reads, "Don't ask me how I know, but Epstein died an hour ago from cardiac arrest." Screen cap this. Meanwhile, there had been no news of Epstein taking his own life in the media. In fact, many didn't believe this person was being genuine. Fake, one user responded. The original poster, or OP, went on to elaborate. Was called out as cardiac arrest at the Manhattan Federal Detention Facility. Worked assistantly for 40 minutes. Another asked, "How do you know?" Let's say I know. Don't need a government agent coming to my crib. They declared death at New York Presbyterian Lower Manhattan ER. So you have no proof and you're wasting my fucking time? Screen cap this then, brother, and post when the news breaks. Post code summary with timestamp fucker. He was asking for the medical information. So OP responded with a list of it. Still, nobody believed them. And then OP made their strangest post yet. Last night, after a 0415 count, they took him to medical in a wheelchair front car, but not one triage nurse says they spoke to him. Next thing we know, a trip man shows up. Next thing we know, he's put in a single-man cell and hanged himself. A guy in a green dress military outfit was in the back of the van. You guys, I'm shaking right now, but I think they switched him out. 45 minutes later, at 9 a.m., someone wrote, "Holy fuck, it's true, check New York Post," and they posted the links. And now, before most of the world even heard the news about Epstein's death, thanks to our OP on 4chan, people were already suspicious. It wasn't suicide. Psychopaths generally don't commit suicide. No, too self-centered to do that. By all accounts, the man was full of himself in the extreme. He was murdered. Can you have the van and people sketched out for what they looked like that killed him, OP? And some suspected he wasn't even dead. The attack on him weeks ago was plastic surgery to modify his appearance. Now that he's here, he can do whatever while they autopsy a random lookalike. After speculation started on 4chan, the theories grew. The internet cried cover up. No one was convinced by the conclusion that he simply took his own life. Not even us. Later, in 2025, according to YouGov poll, Americans were split on the cause of death. Only 20% believe he took his life. 40% are unsure. 1% believe it was an accident, while 39% believe he was murdered. That means, according to this poll, 80% of Americans don't trust the theory given to them by the government. And some believe another theory, one that was first suggested in that 4chan post about the van, that he actually escaped jail to a faraway country and another body was put in his place. Whether that is true or not, as far as conspiracies go, the idea that wealthy elites were, and probably still are, doing unspeakable unethical things to underage individuals was originally a conspiracy itself. Now, it's reality. When you're talking about a millionaire with plenty of connections, even within governments around the world, a conspiracy about faking his own death isn't so much of a stretch. Now, we usually don't like going down conspiracy rabbit holes on this channel, because what often happens with conspiracy theorists is that instead of drawing a conclusion from the evidence, they usually start with the conclusion and then look for evidence to support it. This often leads to cherry picking and potentially biased interpretation of facts, which can grow into a vast amount of misinformation being spread. But there are simply too many strange coincidences in this case. Guards asleep, evidence of bribes, a suspicious trip to Beijing, conflicting witness testimonies, evidence of strangulation, most of the cameras not working, an entire minute of missing footage, a photo of him pretending to be dead, and an unidentified orange shape going to Epstein's cell before his death. This was going to be a small video, but our investigation into the 4chan posts led us down a rabbit hole that we couldn't ignore. A chance to not only find out who posted on 4chan and how they knew so much, but also to uncover what actually happened to Epstein on that fateful night in 2019. So we're going to look at this properly, first at the evidence, and then draw a conclusion. We poured through hours of footage and thousands of documents with this in mind. And, as a result, we have uncovered something unexpected, something that no one else has. Let's get into it.
Cool.
Just as a note, we can't say certain words on YouTube, so we're going to be using other terminology, like taking his own life, or just the letter S. We'll also be working around other words, sometimes censoring them to be safe. Also, today's video is dedicated to two of our Bruce Stacked patrons over on our Discord server, Xander and Kelbear, who assisted us with the research process for the video. Thanks, you two. Your support and investigative efforts helped make this video possible. But now, let's get on to today's topic.
Check.
Check.
July 23rd, 2019, Metropolitan Correctional Center, Manhattan, New York. Often referred to as the Guantanamo of New York, this prison is a 12-story concrete high-rise with several wings for general population inmates waiting to go to trial. The 10th floor of the South Wing, called 10 South, housed terrorists, mafia bosses, and even the crime lord El Chapo. Beneath 10 South, known as 9 South, is what's called the Special Housing Unit, or SHU for short. It's a wing for those who need to be isolated away from the general population inmates, either because they broke the rules or they aren't deemed safe among the other inmates. Due to his media coverage, Epstein was there in cell Z05-1.
I am folding.
Locked up for 23 hours a day. He'd been at the prison for 17 days since his July 6th arrest. His cellmate, Nicholas Tartaglione, was a former police officer. Tartaglione was on trial at the time for kidnapping, torturing, and killing a man over stolen money, and then killing 3 others for accidentally witnessing the murder. It was very early in the morning of the 23rd at 1:27 a.m. One of the guards stated, "While working in the Special Housing Unit, myself and security officer redacted heard noise coming from the M tier, cell 124. What that noise was, it was never specified. But when the 2 guards got there, inmate Taglione was at the door and said that Epstein was trying to take his own life. When they secured Tartaglione, they found Epstein on the floor in the fetal position, in boxers and a t-shirt, with orange material around his neck, eyes closed. They called for backup, removed the orange material, and started to perform CPR. His neck was red, but he was breathing, snoring even. They tried to get him to stand, but couldn't, so they got a stretcher. But he acted strange. As one of the redacted staff members described, as inmate Epstein was being placed on the stretcher by responding staff, he would open his eyes and observe staff. When staff made eye contact with him, he would hurriedly shut his eyes. He was then brought to the second floor, to the Health and Services Unit, called the HA Unit. He was dressed in a special smock to prevent the taking of one's own life and placed on S-Watch. But he continued the odd behavior according to another staff member. While waiting for the arrival of an inmate companion, inmate Epstein sat on the edge of the bed and began moving forward as if he were attempting to fall over head first. When I looked away, he straightened up. As I turned to look at him again, he attempted the same act. I laid him down on the bed and directed him to cease his action or he would be placed in restraints for his safety. At that moment, he stated, "Okay, I won't do it again," and gave the thumbs up. Then, just moments later, Epstein sat up, more responsive, and told another member of staff that Taglione tried to kill him, and how previously this cellmate tried to extort money from him. I asked inmate Epstein if he told staff about this, and he told me no. that he only told his lawyer.
Call.
He went on to say that his bunkie told him that if he beat him up because of his charges, the officers would not report it, and because of this, he was not comfortable telling the officers about the prolonged threats and the alleged attempts to extort him. Despite this, Epstein was put on S-Watch. This meant he was placed in a cell in the hospital room where he was watched closely for 24 hours a day. Now, this is where most people looking into this event will stop. They conclude someone was trying to kill Epstein. But remember, we said we looked at all the evidence. So let's see if there's something else going on.
Call.
That same day, Epstein spoke with a psychologist. He claimed he didn't know why he was on S-Watch, and he had no recollection of the event.
Call.
According to him, he had got up to get some water, and then the next thing he knew, he was on the floor, and wondered who was snoring, only to realize it was him. He didn't mention his cellmate, and claimed he didn't want to end his life, as per previous psychological assessments when he first came into the prison. His cellmate, Tartaglione, told a different story. Tartaglione had the lower bunk, but decided to give it to Epstein since he was older. So, instead, Tartaglione slept on a mattress on the floor. He last saw Epstein snoring in bed. Tartaglione had a sheet on his face, earphones in, when he felt something hit his foot. When he removed the sheet from his face, he saw Epstein sitting in the corner, eyes open and smiling. Tartaglione called out to Epstein.
Okay, need to catch Jack.
Thinking Epstein was having a heart attack, Tartaglione rushed to the door and started to bang on it to get the guard's attention. This story makes a bit more sense. The guards did hear something that night. It's not clear what, but banging is plausible. It would also line up with the testimony from the guards that Tartaglione was at the door when they arrived. If you look at the photos of Tartaglione after the incident, there doesn't seem to be marks of violence.
We're gonna have to win one sooner or later going in like that.
Raise. Fold.
Goal. Fold. Nope.
Check. Check.
Goal. Go. Nice one.
Jack 2.
Nope. Fold.
Cool.
Fold. Fold. Raise.
Cool.
Yes!
Cool.
Raise. I call. Raise.
I call. Fold.
All in.
I go. Call. Raise.
Call.
Go. Call. Yes.
Yeah. Yes.
No.
Cool.
All in. Fold.
Cool.
Yes.
Fold.
Brought breakfast into Eltier, where they supposedly found Epstein dead in his cell, and the alarm was sounded.
Go.
This is where we need to start keeping track of a few things, because it can get messy. In the incident report, it shows several staff involved in the incident, including Thomas and Noel. Let's break down what the two guards on duty saw first, according to them, of course. Thomas brought the food up to Epstein's cell and knocked on the door. He told Epstein to come to the door. When Epstein didn't respond, Thomas looked inside and noticed something was off. The officer announced that he was entering. When he entered, he found Epstein with a string made of either an orange t-shirt or orange bedding around his neck attached to the bunk bed. Epstein was in a sitting position with his buttocks about an inch off the floor. His skin wasn't purple. It looked like he had just done it.
No.
Thomas told Noel to call for help right away before going up to Epstein and tearing him down from the hanging material. Thomas got Epstein to the ground and kept yelling his name to wake up. He didn't check if Epstein was breathing, but started to perform chest compressions regardless. The two staff members arrived. One was a, quote, medical person, and the other is a redacted name. Thomas also vaguely remembered a lieutenant being there, but wasn't sure. They placed a defibrillator on Epstein and took over chest compressions. Once Epstein was on Thomas had to carry Epstein into the elevator and down to medical on the second floor while they performed CPR the whole time. By this point, he said there were a bunch of people, so tracking the staff would be harder to do. But let's rewind and shift to the testimony of the second officer, Noel. She opened the Eltier grill at the top of the stairs, which is the door with the bars leading into the hallway, and let Thomas in.
Raise.
She observed Thomas knocking on Epstein's door and entering, and then he yelled at her to get the cutter and call for help. She immediately pressed the medical emergency button on her radio. She ran down the steps to get the cutter, but then she heard a rip from the cell, and Thomas yelling, "Breathe, Epstein, breathe!" and even saying, "We're going to be in so much trouble," presumably in reference to them not having double counts. She was still at the grill, holding it open to let the other people in. She was only just able to see into the room where Thomas was giving chest compressions. However, she claimed that Epstein didn't have anything around his neck and looked blue.
Check.
It's important to note that Thomas said Epstein's skin was normal, not blue. She claimed that 10 or 15 people responded.
Check.
After they left with Epstein on the stretcher, Noel remained in the shoe, waiting for some help to continue feeding other prisoners. Eventually, Thomas came back into the shoe when a lieutenant came to ask what happened. According to the lieutenant, Thomas told them, "It's not her fault. We fucked up." Likely because Thomas was sleeping for a lot of the shift. However, Thomas himself didn't recollect saying this in his statement. Also important to note about both of their statements is that Thomas and Noel claimed they didn't know that Epstein
When it
was
was
Now, let's take a look at the other staff that were there that night. In the incident report, there were 9
Yes.
statements from staff on the day of Epstein's death. One was from the Watch Control Center officer, who received the call for medical assistance and then called 911. Another statement was from the operations lieutenant, simply stating they arrived to see CPR being performed, and they assisted in transporting Epstein. There was an officer who got the stretcher and a second defibrillator,
All in.
likely because first aid training says to always have a backup. This is one statement from a staff member inside the cell, the one we know as the medical person who performed the chest compressions after his
Raise.
It reads, on Saturday, August 10th, 2019, at approximately 06:33 a.m., I responded to a medical emergency, 9 South. Upon arrival, inmate
Nope.
Epstein J. was received on the floor of his cell, unresponsive with CPR in progress by correctional officers. It goes on to describe Epstein as cold,
Fold.
bruising around the neck. No pulse was felt. His pupils were
I
dilated
want to have a
and
look
fixed.
at this.
This is what happens when someone is dead. EMS and paramedics arrived at 06:56, placed on cardiac. Monitor shows asystole, resumed CPR. Inmate was intubated by medics, 3 rounds of epinephrine administered, and pulse check asystole. Inmate was transported to local ER with CPR in progress at approximately 07:10. Epinephrine is adrenaline, a typical drug used when the heart has stopped beating. What's interesting is this does sound a lot like one of the posts from our OP on 4chan. Worked asystole arrest for 40 minutes, ALS intubated in the field /FE2
Yes, get
meters
in.
NSC used, telemetry advised by CARB and APIP in the field. The writing style is different,
Yes.
shorter at least. Sure, it's a 4chan post, but it's quite possible that this was medical staff, just not the one in the statement, maybe even a paramedic. Then there are 4 statements from officers who went to the hospital. 2 of them are interesting, because they would have been there for most of the transportation and followed the body.
Fold.
One followed the stretcher and then got into a vehicle and followed the ambulance to the hospital, where he was on guard duty and then relieved. Meanwhile, another, who was with the
Fold.
body for much longer, gave a more detailed statement on August 10th, 2019, at approximately 6:43 a.m., while assigned to morning watch as internal security officer,
Cool.
I responded to a body alarm on 9 South. Upon my arrival, I observed staff carrying inmate Epstein Jeffrey on a medical stretcher. They escorted him down to medical. When EMT
Check.
was ready for departure, I escorted them back to the rear gate. As per operations, I was assigned as escort officer to conduct this emergency trip to the outside local hospital. At approximately 7:15 a.m., we arrived at New York Presbyterian, Lower Manhattan Hospital. It sounds like they were in the ambulance and kept an eye on the body the whole time, possibly with another officer. Because it states, when we entered the emergency room, medical personnel intervened.
Fold.
We maintained direct supervision of the inmate as we waited for further guidance from medical personnel at the hospital. We were notified that the inmate would be transported to the morgue, so we escorted the staff to the morgue.
Yes.
While in the morgue, we still maintained direct supervision of the inmate until approximately 12:57 p.m. At this time, the inmate was no longer under our direct supervision as medical staff were building. Another statement was from an officer that went to the hospital at 8:45 a.m. and helped with the watch on the body. Then, there's a statement from a lieutenant who went to the hospital
Praise.
after Epstein was declared dead at 7:36 a.m. and told the escorting officers to not speak to the media or anyone else about this. And then there are 3 fully redacted statements at the end of the incident report, which is highly suspicious. What could they possibly need to cover up?
I'm gonna let these 2 kids
Or
themselves there.
statements that revealed a bit too much. So,
Cool.
with all of this information, let's go back to the 4chan thread and compare. The first post was at 8:16 a.m., where they stated that Epstein was declared dead an hour prior, and in the final post at 8:47 a.m., they stated, patient transported to Lower Manhattan ER and worked for 20 minutes and called. Hospital administrator was alerted. So, they were at the hospital. It's safe to bet that either they were one of the paramedics or one of the prison staff
All in.
who escorted Epstein's body. Perhaps they stopped posting when one of their superiors told them not to talk to anybody about this. What's odd is that if their 4chan post about the van is also correct, it describes Epstein being taken from his cell at 4:15 a.m., along with an unauthorized van, well before he was found dead. So, would that mean that Tova Noel and Michael Thomas were lying about that morning? Surely some prison surveillance footage would help clear things up. Except,
Nice.
here's where things
Wait,
start to get
slow down.
strange, too suspicious. There were only 2 camera views that we have of the night in the morning. Now, there were a total of 11 cameras in the shoot, but 9 of them were supposedly not working. The angle likely seen is this one.
Cool.
The point of confusion is about what is actually in this video. The doors on the right are not the cell doors. The one with the 46 on it is one of the ways you can enter
No.
and exit the chute
Fold.
from two of the elevators. People need to be buzzed in and out of that door. Epstein's actual cell, Z06-220, which was
Raise.
on L tier, isn't in view. Let's look at a breakdown of the chute. Here's where the camera is located on this side of the chute, and here's Epstein's cell in L tier, which is nowhere
call.
near the camera. As you can see, if we pull out from L tier, we see the grill and the stairs leading up to L tier. Then, as we go even further back into the camera's view, all of
Cool.
L tier, including the cell, is perfectly blocked by this corner right here. In fact, we don't even see much of the stairs or the grill. No, there aren't any cameras in the cells. But the camera that was actually in the L tier, looking down the hallway
All
where
in.
Epstein's cell was located, was one of the cameras that was supposedly not recording, which seems very convenient. And it's not hard to see why this has led to a lot of speculation
Call.
of a cover-up. But what about the other camera angle? Well, there was one camera that was pointed towards two of the four elevators that went up to the chute and the fire exit, as shown on this map. The DOJ released a screenshot of it, but not the full video. It's unclear if this footage would have revealed much. So let's work with what we have. At 7:49 p.m., we see Epstein exiting the shower area and being escorted to his cell
Fold.
by Noel and the unnamed officer. Note how you don't even see them going up the stairs to L tier. The low resolution of the camera makes seeing a hand or shoulder harder. For much of the night, it seems like Noel and the officer are sitting behind the desk, and it's hard to actually make them out,
Yes.
save for the occasional movement. Right before 10:30 p.m., Noel is getting up from her desk. The other officer doesn't move, and it's assumed he's asleep due to his 3 back-to-back shifts. She goes from tier to tier with what looks like a clipboard, doing the one quick check she did that night. She goes to L tier first, but we can't actually see her going up the stairs, so it's only an assumption. Then she goes below to J tier, then across to the other tiers. At 10:37, she
Raise.
goes back to the desk for a moment. There's a lot of speculation surrounding what is shown next to the footage. Something orange going up the stairs to L tier at 10:39 p.m. Before this, Noel goes
Cool.
off to the right for a moment, but not toward the stairs. Where did she go? Well, in a video released in the files, the tour of the prison, it's revealed that where she went was in the direction of a locker containing orange linens. Then, a blob of orange goes up the stairs a moment later. At 10:41, we see Noel appear from the right again. It's hard to see if she's coming down from the stairs because we only see a portion of it. But when people take it out
Cool.
of context and only focus on the orange going up, this appears suspicious. But if we take into account everything we just said, her going to get either a blanket or clothing for one of the inmates does make sense. This is also the assumption made by the DOJ in their investigation. Through review and analysis of the shoe video footage, witness statements, and BOP records, the OIG
Yay.
determined that at approximately 10:40 p.m., the CO, believed to be Noel, carried linen or inmate clothing up to the L tier. But the problem is, this conflicts with Noel's statement. Special Agent, remember doing the linens? Noel, I never gave linen. Special Agent, you never gave linen.
Raise.
Noel, never. Special Agent, what about the clothing? Noel, nope, never. Could somebody else have gone up those stairs right at that moment?
Fold.
In fact, other than the locker, what exactly was
Cool.
around that corner? Off to the right is another way to get into the chute. You can see that there's not only a hallway to the north wing, which we can only presume has an emergency exit like the one in the chute.
Go.
There are 2 other elevators, which didn't have a camera that was working. Which means someone could have followed this path, or this path, gone up the stairs to L tier and back down again
Check.
without being seen. In this case, many speculate that this was an inmate because their
Check.
jumpsuits are orange. Or, as per the theory that Epstein escaped and the body isn't his, it could
Check.
be the moment of the switch. Did Noel go off to the side to assist them? Or did she leave her post and someone used that
Check.
opportunity to sneak in while the other officer was asleep? Unfortunately, it's hard to conclude anything from the video.
All in.
The video at these 2 elevators was never recorded, and the DOJ never mentioned or showed any video from the North Wing. To add
Cool.
further fuel to the conspiracy train, both the FBI and the Department of Justice have this to say in a recent memo. As DOJ's Inspector General explained in 2023, anyone entering or attempting to enter the tier where Epstein's cell was
Check.
located from the shoe common area would have been captured by this footage, which is obviously not true at all. And all we can do is speculate why they would have specifically gone out of their way to say this. But let's keep going.
Cool.
At midnight, something even more out of the ordinary happens, further adding to the speculation. There's a missing minute. At 11:58 p.m. and 58 seconds, the video cuts out. Then, at midnight on the dot, the video comes back at a slightly different aspect ratio. Was something cut out? Is this when Epstein was switched out? Or when the assassin was sent in? When asked about this, the Director General at the time, Pam Bondi,
she's a diver.
said that it was because of the nightly video reset. However, she has not exactly been known to be the most trustworthy source of information. But there was a video specialist that worked with the FBI who had a theory as to why there was a gap, as mentioned in an email from
Race.
Files. The video specialist theorized the nice vision systems at this time required time to write files and caused a real-time delay in what is recorded, resulting in a gap of time not recorded right before midnight. They didn't get a chance to test this theory, but the fact that it happens directly on the minute seems to lend some credibility to this. It makes it sound more like a technical thing more than someone deliberately cutting something out. However, there is some evidence that the footage was tampered with by the DOJ, FBI, or someone else along the chain. The FBI, in a memo releasing these videos, stated that they had released an enhanced version of the video and the full raw version. The Wired magazine, with the help of two independent video forensic experts, analyzed the supposed raw videos data and found that it had gone through an Adobe project, likely the editing software Premiere Pro. It had been saved a few times, and it's made up of two video files, everything before the missing minute and everything after. This explains the different aspect ratios. But here's the kicker. In a later analysis by Wired, they discovered that there was actually almost 3 minutes of footage cut from the first video, and the trim is at the 11:58 p.m. mark, which means that the video was longer. Wired asked the DOJ to comment, but they said to ask the FBI, and the FBI declined to comment.
Woo!
You can't help but wonder if they truly had nothing to hide, if their intention was to release the raw files like they stated. Why didn't they just release the two separately? Why put them together in Premiere Pro and cut a few minutes if they're trying to be transparent? Does this mean that the missing minute was actually cut intentionally? And where were the other minutes that Wired says was cut from the video? If we only see 1 minute and 2 seconds missing from the timeline at 11:58, the only thing that can be done is to look at what happened just before the missing minute and just after. At the end of the first segment, it seems like the guards moved a bit, and a minute later, when the next segment starts after midnight, an officer leaves the shoe. Given the timing, this would line up with the shift change where Thomas arrived and the unnamed officer left. So, all we can definitively say is that they changed guards during that minute. But, it turns out, there's actually more to this missing minute than many people realize. In February 2026, CBS News attempted to piece together what actually happened through their own investigation into the Epstein files. In the process, they came across this email in the files. Authorization granted to destroy item 1B60, as this exhibit is no longer present in the above captioned case. When they investigated further, they found that item 1B60 was the master copy of the video files from the prison. In another email, it was stated that authorization was given to destroy it because the case on their end was considered closed. And so when the DOJ needed to release the video a year later, they scrambled to put anything together. And so a video specialist went back to the hard drives and found two files, one just before the missing minute and one after. According to another document, an email chain explained that to get the video off the system, the video specialist screen captured the footage with a non-native program and then convert the file format so that they could merge them via Adobe Premiere Pro. When you screen capture video, it's normal to record something called padding. Basically, more footage than you need at the beginning and end, sometimes of just black. So when the footage was brought into Adobe Premiere Pro, that padding at the end of the first video was trimmed. And at the same time, the aspect ratio was fixed to be more viewable.
Really?
According to CBS, they claimed the missing minute was a mistake made during the trimming process. And this is because in September of 2025, the full surveillance footage was released by Congress. Not as two files, but as one entire video spanning even more time. And in it, yep, there's the missing minute for all to see. Which means it wasn't a camera error, as Pam Bondi and the video specialist originally claimed it was. Were they lying, or just wrong? Well, let's take a look at what happens in the missing minute. It shows that some of the officers move around, but nothing else happens. And this lines up with our previous assumption that it was the guard's shift change. So, why are people still going on about the missing minute if we've had access to it since September? In fact, when we started this investigation, we thought it was still missing. We, like most people, simply were unaware that the issue had been resolved. This is the problem with the spread of information on the internet. Whatever creates engagement, usually tied to a strongly negative emotional response, like a suspicious missing minute, can spread much further than news that doesn't elicit a negative response, like the missing minute being found to contain a note. And so, many still assume this minute is missing, but it's not. Of course, if you still believe there's a cover-up, you can easily say that it's convenient they released that later on, that perhaps the missing minute was generated by AI, and it's not without reason either. That's because there's something about this video. The text is different, and the quality is low. Plus, suspiciously, there's no metadata to do an investigation into the video. An expert consulted by CBS stated that it might have been because of the way it was exported from the system, which, makes sense. The first video, or rather, two videos stitched together, was captured with another program, not within the system itself, and had to go through different steps to give us a final video. It's reasonable to say they used an alternate export and production path. We don't think these discrepancies are enough to claim that this is something fake. It's reasonable for there to be a technical explanation for all of this. So, in the end, in our view, the missing minute is no longer missing. After that, not much happens in the night. Time passes, Noel gets up 8 times and goes to door 46, and comes back a few minutes later. And then, around 6:30, Thomas and Noel go to the L tier out of view, where they discover Epstein's supposed body. And then, shortly after, a few guards are in the chute, all scrambling. But the thing on everybody's mind, the most suspicious aspect of the footage from that night, is the lack of footage from all the other cameras. Why are most of them not recording? It does seem very odd, convenient even, as if it were planned and someone came in and turned off the cameras. Or perhaps the cameras had been functional and we are being lied to. So let's dig into the files and see if we can't find something. There was a sworn statement by the electronics technician who was working at the prison at the time that reveals a few details. He was in charge of maintaining communication-related systems in the prison, everything from phones to the computers, as well as the camera system. According to him, many of the cameras were analog. The feed was converted into digital, and then it was recorded onto hard drives. There were 2 recorders, and half of the cameras were on one recorder, while the other half were on the second recorder. He describes how the system at the prison is 10 years old. So, at the time, he was in the process of upgrading the camera system, doing a lot of overtime.
That's going to be a big part.
Yes.
One more card.
Cool.
Nope. Check. Check.
I check.
Check.
Check. I call.
Cool.
Raise.
Raise. Fold. Cool.
Call.
Cool.
Fold.
Cool.
No, he can keep it. That one hurt.
Yeah.
Raise.
I call. Nah, I'm out. Cool. Check. Nope. Cool. Check. Cool.
Oh my God.
Check.
I want to see what he's got.
Yes.
Medical examiner, Dr. Barbara Sampson, who examined Epstein, everything from the blood vessels to the color of the skin, and even the ligature marking makes sense for this type of S. Also, there is no evidence of defensive wounds. Epstein did not have any marks on his hands. No
Fold.
fingernails, no debris under the fingernails, no contusions on his knuckles that would have evidenced a fight. And, other than an abrasion on his arm, like
Fold.
no bruising on his body. Also in the autopsy report, it does describe some of the marks going behind the ear at an angle that is consistent with this type of
Raise.
S. Dr. Bodden didn't argue with these parts of the report. His focus is the type of bricks. 60 Minutes spoke with two
This guy hasn't been in.
Fold.
Wasn't common. Eye hemorrhaging was possible with this type of S. As for the breaks, one of them explained that neck trauma like that had been associated with this type of S in older men. Epstein was 66 at the time. Now they do conclude that the camera G and the neck breaks are more associated with homicide. It's not outside the realm of possibility to be S. And according
Alright,
to
we got to
medical
string together a couple of G's or at
she
least
stated,
one big
"You
one.
can't draw a conclusion from one finding. Everything about the case has to be considered, which is why we
Race.
should also examine the scene itself. Photos of this cell after the incident were released to the public. You can see that there are several ropes of orange around the room. There's a tie on the window break,
No
a
fault.
tie to the left side of the bunk, a wrap around the ladder, and an untied string hanging on the right side of the bunk. On the floor are 2 ropes of material, each tied. with
Nope.
a loop. One of them was assumed by the medical examiner to be the material
Cool.
that was used by Epstein, but it's unclear. There are conflicting reports on where that material ended up, so it's hard to speculate what happened. It may have just got lost in the shuffle, but that's only an assumption on our part.
Check.
He explains. A clinical and forensic psychologist did his own analysis. He looked at the photos of the cell and came to the
Check.
conclusion that the rope on the right was where Epstein took his life. He determined the dimensions by using a standard type of cinder block with mortar
Check.
used to make the cell walls to be 8 inches, or 20.32 centimeters for the rest of the wall. He then stated vaguely, by bringing in a silhouette, that a general man would be able to fit there in a sitting position. While he does a great job, let's do a more detailed analysis before drawing any conclusions. Let's measure the cinder block ourselves. The only thing we can't tell is how high the trim is on the floor.
Check.
Dr. G assumes about 2 inches. We can approximate that the mattress is about 10 centimeters or 4 inches thick. And let's now reconstruct this in 3D, using the other photos as reference. Then, let's take a photo of Epstein. We know his height from a police report to be 6 feet, or 1.83 meters tall. We take a photo of him, like this one of him standing next to Woody Allen. We can measure him and approximate the height of his upper torso, including his buttocks, since that's what would have been suspended from the
Raise.
floor. And we get 1.12 meters, about 44 inches. More importantly, is the distance between his buttocks and his neck, since that's where the rope rests.
Fold.
We get about 0.81 meters, about 32 inches. For quick reference, that's about the height of 4 cinder blocks. If we use the
Yes.
calculator to bring in our own body into the 3D scene, sitting with legs out and line them up near the material that Dr. G assumes is the fabric used, his buttocks about 1 inch above the mattress, we see that his neck rests about midway along the orange string. If one of the ropes in the cell was in fact the one ripped from this piece of fabric, as medical examiner believed, nothing about this lines up, because there's just too much rope. However,
Cool.
we believe that Dr. G made an incorrect assumption up front. He stated, now this is where his body was actually found. He assumed that this material was the remnant of the rope used, and it has the tear described in the statements, a conclusion that we first thought as well. However, looking into the files, there's no indication about how he came to this conclusion. Dr. G, if you're watching this, feel free to let us know if we missed something. In fact, the only person who saw the alleged S, Officer Michael Thomas, wasn't very clear in his statement because he was showing a photo. It was just that little thing. It was more string than that I ripped down. Maybe it's down there or something like that. Like, I see some string and stuff right there. The agent conducting the interview responded, do you just mind marking where it was that, where the loop or whatever the rope was tied? Just for clarity, what it was attached to. It was attached
I'll
to the
allow
bunk.
myself to go to
Attached to the bunk.
30k.
Is this it here, though? Yeah, it's attached to the bunk in this general area right here. So just circle that general area. Yeah. If you go further into the statement, he does describe 2 pieces, and it might indicate he's referring to the hanging piece in this photo.
Cool.
It's just too vague to come to this conclusion without seeing what Thomas marked on the photograph presented to him. If we go back to this photograph, there's also something odd about this material. It's not tied to the bunk. So why is the assumption that this is the top of the rope used? We don't know how it was tied or how far it was tied up. We don't know how the material was ripped off the bed. Also, if he took his life, he may have tried it multiple times,
Right.
especially considering there were 2 loops of material in the cell, and possibly a third unaccounted for. What the DOJ released clearly states Thomas told the OIG that when he entered Epstein's cell, Epstein had an orange string, presumably from a sheet or a shirt, around his neck that was tied to the top portion of the bunk bed. Epstein was suspended from the top bunk in a near-seated position, with his buttocks approximately 1 inch to 1.5 inches off the floor. Now, one would assume the DOJ is part of this grand cover-up,
get in.
but everything else mentioned in this quote lines up perfectly with Thomas's statement. The only thing they clarify that isn't clear in the statement is that the orange string is attached to the top portion of the bunk bed. So our best guess is that this is where Thomas circled on the photo, such as this hole. To us, the material on the side doesn't read as the top, but Dr. G might still be right. Let's be sure if that's
Cool.
high enough. Going back to our 3D model, let's take what the DOJ said and assume that he was attached to the top bunk. If he was suspended just above the ground, then that gives us a meter of
Fold.
or about 21 inches, which seems entirely possible. And then, when Thomas slowed Epstein down, it could be that the entire rope was still with him, or a secondary piece fell off, if there were two pieces. But we don't know. And here's something we need to consider, especially if we're going to determine whether or not Thomas or Noel was the person who made that 4chan post. Their statements were taken an entire 2 years after the incident. If you've seen our video on Bob Dunbar, where two mothers were both convinced that the same boy was their son, you'll remember that many people give false testimony without realizing it. Witness testimonies are not reliable, because memories are more like puzzles with missing pieces than video recorders. Media, lawyers, law enforcement, friends, and especially time can fill in those missing puzzle pieces with the right ones.
No, not
Given
literally
the
no.
amount of time, media coverage, and likely plenty of conspiracy talk they've heard, we can't rely on their memories 100%. This would explain why Noel's statement was slightly different from Thomas's, and why maybe some things just don't line up, like the color of Epstein's skin, as well as small things they said or did. So the fact that there are small inconsistencies between the two officers' accounts can't be considered reliable evidence of the cover-up. Still, we can't ignore some strange facts about
Race.
Noel, which the internet points to as evidence that she was in on the cover-up. Noel had earlier made mysterious large cash, so a paycheck deposits into her bank account and drove a $60,000 plus Range Rover. What, on her low prison guard salary? There are tons of posts about this with certified EFTA numbers showing Tova Noel received cash deposits in her account and purchases for diamonds in the car mentioned. And they are right about the deposits. In fact, our stacked patrons in the Group Discord server helped us with this part of the video. There's mountains of Epstein files. They stepped up to give us a
Check.
And Kelbear found Tova Noel's bank statements in the files. And it seems there are, in fact, several
Check.
deposits placed in her account with various amounts, even a $5,000 deposit on July 30, just 11 days before her shift began on the night of Epstein's death. And in that same file, it does show she used a new 2019 Range Rover. This is by far the oddest thing about the whole investigation. And stranger even is the fact that in her statement,
Fold.
the FBI never asked about it. People also point to her search history, like when she looked up Epstein, but we don't find that too often. We would have been curious too if we were guarding him. Ultimately,
Yes.
both Noel and Thomas were investigated for falsified records, which refers to the logs they kept for the counts they never did. And they did admit to this, even on the night of, never trying to deceive anyone. In 2021, their falsification charges were dropped. Noel and Thomas were, as expected, fired from their jobs, plus they were required to 100 hours of community service. However, that was the end of the investigation into their wrongdoings. But then, in 2023, Tova Noel made headlines again when she was sued for assault at her place of work as a medical office assistant.
No. Because he loves fucking Ray's and he wasn't going to get into it and then go, oh, I need to pay fucking double.
Race.
Here he goes.
Fold.
Raise.
Fold.
Yeah. Nope. Cool.
Raise.
Cool. Check. Cool. Check.
Oh, piss off. This guy's shitting me the keys.
Yes.
Cool.
Raise.
Oh, of course you fucking raise.
Fold.
Fold. Cool. Check.
I check.
Check.
Check. Call. Yes.
That's how he plays fucking 2P. Like, what the fuck?
Cool.
Raise.
Fold.
Fold. Cool. All in.
I call.
Oh, you bitch.
Yes.
Should have gone all in on that first hand. We would have fucking had him.
The others said Noel was lazy also important to note that inmates claim it was normal for guards to never do them on their different grounds. In fact, there was a systemic problem within the prison system. There was a similar situation also in 2019. Rikers Island suffered a seizure. She was supposed to be watched every 15 minutes at the time, but she was only checked on every 40 to 57 minutes, and as a result, she didn't receive care in time and died. In 2016, Sandra Bland was arrested for not using the turn signal and then getting in a confrontation with a trooper. After 3 days in jail, she was found having taken her life. The guard had falsified the jail log as well and didn't check her when he might have been able to save her. In fact, according to a DOJ evaluation in 2024, where they looked into 344 inmate deaths in the prison system, they found that staff did not sufficiently conduct required rounds or counts, important opportunities to monitor inmate well-being, with over a third of the inmate S's. In the Epstein investigation, it stated, the OIG has investigated numerous allegations related to the falsifications of official DOP documentation concerning inmate counts and rounds, several of which have resulted in criminal prosecution. The OIG currently has 2 open investigations into allegations of falsified inmate count and round documentation, each involving an inmate death by homicide or escape from a vehicle facility.
What a
So,
piss
clear
weak
is
stuff.
that
No
nothing
fault.
else was in fact very normal.
Oh,
It
yeah.
wasn't a strange occurrence that could point to something nefarious. But so, what about that van that, according to the
Fold.
Fortune user, took Epstein away at 4:15 a.m. that night? They must have been there that morning because they knew that he died before the media did. The problem is, this van and Epstein being removed from the cell don't
Raise.
show up anywhere in the statements from the staff or the inmates. So maybe we're missing something, or maybe everyone actually is lying, or maybe the Epstein files we went over are all
I call.
fabrications. Because according to the internet, there's photographic evidence of this company. Specifically, they're referring to these photos. Let's break them down, see if they can confirm anything. This one is a claim that ears and nose Epstein before and after his death, indicating the body is a lookalike. The problem with that claim is that the photo of him alive they used to compare it with is from 16 years prior, and it's a well-documented fact that features, especially your ears and nose, change with time. So this one doesn't really tell us anything. Then there's a photo circulating that seems to show Epstein with bodyguards in Israel.
Of course, I give that sort of fucking hand.
Most of them are shown cropped, but as this Redditor points out, the full image
All
shows
in.
a few concerning features. The text on the signs is nonsense. The 2 guards' jeans look exactly the same, and in the bottom
Fold.
corner is a watermark for Gemini. It's AI. There's also this image, which is actually originally a video of a man spotted in Florida that looks like Jeffrey Epstein in disguise.
Yeah!
But the same man then posted a video showing his face from the front. He looks less like Epstein from face on, with a much wider jaw. He doesn't sound anything like Epstein when he talks. He doesn't have the same mannerisms.
Woo! Everybody was Palm Beach Pete, and my video went viral. Some dude randomly filmed me while I was driving on I-95, unbeknownst to me. And the next thing I know, viral sensation. You're not Jeffrey Epstein? I'm not Jeffrey Epstein. I'm Palm Beach Pete.
Of course, this makes sense with Epstein, possibly having done some plastic surgery. Sure, we see the resemblance, but considering he's posting a lot on social media, even using his newfound virality to his advantage, that doesn't feel like something that an escaped convict would do. Or maybe he has us all fooled, and he's hiding in plain sight. But we doubt that. Then there's this photo that actually had us stumped for a bit. It supposedly shows Epstein after he was found
Nope.
dead in his cell. But to many, it doesn't look like he's dead.
Let's have a look at it.
The mortician did an entire video on it. She wasn't sure where it was from. She analyzed it and explained that when someone dies,
Cool.
their eyes dry out, their skin should be a different color. There should be condensation at the nose, and usually your jaw opens up when the muscles stop working. So, to her, this photograph is of Epstein alive, but she was confused about where it was from. Many are obviously taking this as proof that his death was fake, as is clear from her top comments, like this one. It's not a post-death photo, it's a posed-death photo. While we trust Lauren has seen plenty of dead bodies and knows her stuff, we wouldn't be doing our jobs if we didn't look into it. Our staff members were actually a huge help on this one too. Xander's mother and Kelbear's mother both work in the medical field, so they asked their mothers about the photo, and both of them believe that Lauren is correct. Epstein looks like he's sleeping. His skin should be more pale, and the jaw should sag. So, when is this photo from? Was it really taken after his body was found in his cell? Is it Epstein pretending to be dead, all in a is
All in.
what he's wearing. That blue thing is not his usual orange uniform. Plus, if they were trying to revive him, he would likely be shirtless. And we see that in other photos of him after his death. That's because that's actually an S smut. It's what inmates wear when they are on S-Watch, so it can't be used, such as being torn into rope, to try another attempt. It's the very smock he was placed in after his first attempt at his own life. Here he is, alive, after that photo was taken. It's all from the about his first S attempt. So, no, it's not him trying to fake his death. In fact, a simple reverse image search of the photograph shows a link to several articles about his first attempt to end his life. So, there seems to be no suspicious details left that suggest Epstein's death was faked, except for that 4chan post, which is fueling many of the Epstein is alive conspiracies at the moment. So let's see if we can find out who this mystery anon is, how they knew Epstein was dead before anyone else, and why they claimed Epstein was switched out.
Cool.
So let's look at the timeline and break this all down. On August 10th at 6:30 a.m., Epstein was found dead. A few minutes later, several officers responded to the emergency call. They performed CPR. EMS and paramedics arrived at 6:43 a.m. They got to the New York Presbyterian Lower Manhattan Hospital at about 7:10 a.m. Then Epstein was declared dead at 7:36 a.m. At 8:16, the first 4chan post goes up. Don't ask me how I know, but Epstein died an hour ago from cardiac arrest. Screen cap this. Many don't believe him. At 8:21, he says, was called out as a cardiac arrest at the Manhattan Federal Detention Facility. Worked assistantly for 40 minutes. At 8:31, he responds to a post that says, how do you know? With, let's say I know. Don't need a glowy coming to my crib. But they declared death at New York Presbyterian Lower Manhattan ER. In context, glowy means government agent. At 8:36, he responds to another person who doesn't believe him and says, screen cap this then, brother. Post when the news breaks. He responds again at 8:42 to give more information to someone about how Epstein died. At 8:44, the ban post goes up. I'm not saying anything after this. Please do not try to dox me. But last night, after a 04:15 count, they took him to medical in a wheelchair, front cuffed, but not one triage nurse said they spoke to him. Next thing we know, Trip Van shows up. He did not do releases on the weekends unless a judge orders it. Next thing we know, he's put in a single man cell and himself. Here's the thing: the Trip Van did not sign in, and we did not record the plate number. And the guy in a green dress military outfit was in the back of the van, according to the tower guy who let him through the gate. Guys, I'm shaky right now, and I think they switched him out. And then, post 3 minutes later, at 8:47, with a string of medical information.
Yes, get in.
That was the last of it. So what can we determine from these posts? First, the person uses medical terms like worked assistantly arrested for 40 minutes. They declared death at New York Presbyterian Lower Manhattan ER. And the biggest context clue, the patient transported to Lower Manhattan ER and worked for 20 minutes to a call. Hospital administrator was alerted, preparing statements. So whoever it was, they were at the hospital. This rules out Noel and Thomas because they didn't go. So it was either an EMT, a doctor, or one of the prison guards that went to the hospital.
Cool.
The van post also mentions counts being done. So that leads us to think it's a guard. In fact, we know that at least 4 guards did follow the body to the hospital in the statements we discussed before. We look into the Epstein files. 4chan posts actually show up there. 4chan on August 13th, 3 days after the 4chan post.
Cool.
It asks for records, including the IP addresses, and lists 4 post numbers, one of which is the van post. So that means the FBI caught wind of the posts and started an investigation. Maybe in an attempt to silence the poster. At least this gives more evidence that the posts are legitimate. What's even more suspicious is there's also a report in the Epstein files that shows the 4chan posts. And it seems they're trying to delete the records for the van post. More files appear, combined into one big file that shows the entire investigation. So we know that with the IP addresses and whatever other information they got, they went to AT&T and issued a subpoena to gain subscriber identifying information. Name, address, phone number, etc. And then they issued another subpoena to Citibank for financial records. On the bank records, 2 names appear, likely a married couple that show on bank account. One name doesn't show up when you search for them in the Epstein files database. The other, however, his name shows up a few times. Roberto. And in one of these files with his name, we finally know that he's connected to all of this. 3 staff assigned to the 3rd quarter shoe roster in shoe did not attend or receive the shoe training. Officer David Dubenezik, Officer Miguel, Officer Roberto was, in fact, an officer working at the prison. It's unclear clear if any of the statements we went over, but considering the time of the post, 8:16 a.m.,
What is this fucking cunt's obsession with these raisins?
he wasn't the lieutenant who specifically told his staff not to tell anybody about the incident. We suspect it may have been the officer that went in the ambulance with the EMT and observed the body for most of the time until the end of their shift at 12:57 p.m. We've not been 100% certain, but it seems plausible. We also explained why he was so specific with the medical terms, as he was there with the EMTs, nurses, and doctors the whole time.
Check.
So now that we know who it was, let's go back to the van post. Looking at it now, knowing everything we do, a few things stand out. We'll
Check.
put it here on screen if you want a refresher of what was said. Feel free to pause the video and read it closely. Think about what stands
Check.
out with all the facts you know from this video. It described that the Epstein extraction was done after the 4:15 count. There is no 4:15 count, only the 3 a.m. and the 5 a.m. count, both of which weren't done by Noel.
Cool.
And the video footage shows no activity at 4:15. The two guards are at the desk, but Michael might be asleep. That's not to say someone didn't take him out at 4:15, since we can't see the stairs from home, but no count was done, as the guards never moved, and we would have seen someone going up the stairs to the other tiers. This post is vague, with details missing. Since this information wasn't mentioned in the 5 posts before it on 4chan, it sounded more like it had happened right at the time of the posts. At 8:44 a.m., we would have been at the hospital while Roberto was watching the body. So maybe Roberto was panicked and didn't communicate the details properly, which is a reasonable thing to assume, given the erratic tone of the post. So if Epstein was switched out at the hospital, the officers there, including Roberto, lied in their statements. Likely, they were told to lie about it by their superiors.
It's alright, I'll suck you in.
Why this line? Here's the thing. The trip van did not sign in, and we did not report the plate number, and a guy in a green dress military outfit was in the back of the van, according to the tower guide who let him through the gate. This sounds wrong, because if we're talking about the prison, Epstein was at the Metropolitan Correctional Center in Manhattan, New York. If you look at the building, it's a concrete high-rise, not the stereotypical Shawshank Redemption prison with the yard, perimeter walls, and towers overlooking it all. Maybe tower was some sort of slang, but we didn't come across it using any of the statements. And if this happened while at the hospital, as we suspect, a tower guy makes even less sense. And the post says, not saying anything after this. Yet, 3 minutes later, he did post his actual final post. His tone was not as frazzled, nor did he make any mention of the switching. It was just more medical information. Was he silenced in that final post? Did someone else write it for him? What's going on here? So if we're going to get to the bottom of this, we need to dig a bit further. We need to understand how 4chan works. For those who don't know, 4chan is a message board where users post anonymously. You start a thread with an image, and threads that don't get enough engagement get deleted. It has a certain reputation. Adult content, pirated films, and lots of uncensored talk about anything you can imagine. And so it attracts a certain kind of individual. It's linked to many famous pranks, some harmless, some harmful, and it's the birthplace of many internet things, including Rickroll. What matters to us, though, is that posting anonymously part. It seems that users can post either just as anonymous or with a temporary ID, which most don't like to use. Then, the more serious boards like POL, which stands for politically incorrect, IDs automatically get assigned to you based on your IP address. So you can keep a discussion going in a thread, but a new ID gets assigned to you if you go to another thread. Luckily for us, POL is exactly where all of this was posted. In this case, Roberto's poster ID was RPTNB1SI in 6 of the 7 posts. The only one that doesn't use that poster ID, the van post.
Cool.
That's SWAF8WIF. Now, your IP address can change for a few minutes.
Now it's gonna raise, because it will.
Nope. To make that post, perhaps. The most popular VPNs were, and still are, banned on 4chan. Though there is a chance it could have used a less popular VPN, or a new one that had been banned.
Raise.
We know he didn't use a VPN for 6 of his posts, because the FBI was able to obtain his IP address without having to go through a VPN service, which, fun fact, some VPNs still
I'm
keep
out.
track of your IP addresses and can be subpoenaed. So does it make sense that he used a VPN only for this one post, and then 3 minutes later switched it off and posted more calmly with medical information? You probably guessed it already, but we think there's a very strong possibility that the person who wrote the ban post wasn't Roberto. In fact, if you go through the thread, and it seems like the actual writer of the van post posted again, several times actually, after it was confirmed that Epstein's death was real. It's under different poster IDs, which we'll get into. But he states in response to this post, you guys, I thought this was a joke thread. I made this all up. I do not work for any NY prison or law enforcement. He goes on to post asking to remove the post and clarifying to others that he was just joking. In one final attempt, he states, oh, he was correct. The comment about the unknown van trip switching him out at the prison was my dumbass thinking he was on BS. That was just LARPing. The trouble is, I use incognito mode so my IP constantly changes, so I can't delete my original comment. I marked it for the mods, but it's still up. I apologize again for the misinformation, and I do not want this to be some vast conspiracy. Now, to be able to delete your original post, you can only do it if you keep your cookies, as it explains in the portrait FAQ. But incognito mode doesn't keep your cookies, so we think that's why he couldn't delete his post. However, he doesn't understand incognito mode, because it does not change your IP address. What could be happening is he's using an in-browser VPN, like the one offered in Opera in their browser at the time, and he's conflating the two. He was likely doing both. The built-in Opera VPN may have been new enough that it wasn't banned on 4chan yet, because after testing, you can confirm it is banned now. Also, some VPNs change your IP address every time you restart the VPN, so closing his browser and opening it again would explain the different poster IDs in every post and the deleted cookies. And the sad part is, the post was never deleted and is actually fueling a lot of current body-swapping conspiracy theories. The very thing you want. Now, if you want to think it's still a conspiracy, you could do the mental gymnastics that maybe Roberto used a VPN to hide his identity for that one post, and that the other posts claiming it wasn't true are the government trying to hide the truth, assuming they caught wind of this at 9:08 a.m., less than an hour after the first post. But that's a big stretch in our opinion. But even if you think that, you can't ignore the inaccuracies.
All in.
A long time for the count, claiming there was a tower guy when there was no tower, and the fact that the post would have been made while Roberto was at the hospital, and the post went up right in between Roberto's confirmed posts. So we think it's enough to believe that at the very least, the post about the van was not Roberto, but just someone who, as they said, was just LARPing. We went into this hoping to uncover and compile whatever information we could find with an open and scientific mind. We didn't go in with any bias or predetermined conclusions. In fact, if we did have any bias, we would have been on the side of wanting to discover concrete evidence of a murder cover-up. We truly believe, before going into this video, that there was something very fishy about all of this. And you can right to think that, especially if you look at everything without context. Guards asleep, no counts done, cameras out, missing a minute, the cellmate that tried to kill him, and so on. Things start to fall apart when you do give it context, such as how Epstein claimed.
Oh, it's the only one out of that.
And dazed. There was no evidence, no markings, and then afterwards, he went back on his claim. Also, the guards were overworked. Sleeping on the job and skipping counts were actually common problems, especially overnight. The inmates knew this, so likely Epstein did too. The outdated camera system malfunctioning was no issue in a regular occurrence. It was the kind of problem that would take days rather than hours to get it back up again. It was currently being fixed at the time, so it wasn't much of a coincidence for some of the cameras to be down on the night of his death. And that missing minute is not actually missing and shows nothing suspicious. The testimonies of the guards and the inmates all line up, except for that one inmate. But even then, the who killed him was referring to how they didn't do the counts and let him take his life. And no inmate heard anything that night or morning that it was someone coming in to kill or break out Epstein. Those metal doors made noise. You can't find any evidence that he faked his death and is living in Israel or elsewhere. 4chan fan post isn't real, and the photos of him alive aren't evidence of anything, as we confirmed according to them one by one. As for evidence that it's homicide, we couldn't find anything either. However, we'd be remiss not to mention the lie and the mishandling of this case by the DOJ. They lied about the camera being able to show everyone coming and going. They lied about the footage being wrong. They also either lied or were misinformed about the missing minute. In addition, the files they did release were full of redactions, such as the 3 pages at the end of the guards' testimonies. And they still haven't released almost half of the files. Because of that, along with the missing camera angles, we can't be 100% certain it wasn't homicide. Although,
As long as there's no Jack Idle face.
we do have that is suspicious is when that orange blob moves up the stairs. This happens moments after Tova Noel walks off towards the
Yes.
and then shortly after the orange goes up, she comes back to her desk. Therefore, the obvious explanation is that she brought orange linens up the stairs. But of course, as we stated before, Noel claims in her testimony that she didn't bring up linens that night. Sure, she might have forgotten that small detail, but if you read further, she keeps denying ever doing the linens while she was working in the shoe. And then this.
Fold.
Agent, did you ever provide Epstein with additional clothing or linens? Miss Noel. Never. Agent, do you know of anyone that has? Miss Noel.
All
No.
in.
Agent, you never witnessed anyone provide him anything extra. Miss Noel. No. Agent, do you know if providing inmates with extra clothing and linens is a security risk? Miss Noel.
Fold.
I don't know. But Epstein's last cellmate, Reyes, stated that having extra clothing and bedsheets was well known to be against the rules, and that before Reyes left, Epstein already had 5 blankets. So something isn't lining up here. Looking at the footage, something orange went up the stairs. There are only 2 things that could reasonably explain this. Either this was someone wearing an orange prison jumpsuit, or someone carrying up orange prison linens. Noel would have been aware of either of these things happening. So either way, Noel is lying.
Cool.
You're leaning towards the explanation that Noel was carrying linens up the stairs for 4 reasons. 1. There is no evidence of anyone else being let into the shoe at that moment.
All
2.
in.
There is no orange that later comes back down the stairs. 3. If you look closely at the footage, you can see a dark shape underneath the orange shape moving up the stairs with it, almost as if it's the body of the person carrying the linens. 4. The orange shape goes up the stairs at 10:39 p.m. The idea that this was the moment Epstein was murdered does not line up with the evidence.
Fold.
It is 6 hours before even the earliest proposed time of death. So we think, during Noel's checks moments earlier, Epstein asked for more blankets. Then, she went over to the linens locker, carried linens up the stairs, gave the extra sheets to Epstein, and later lied about it. Why? Well, as we said, it was against the rules, and for no reason. Epstein later used the linens to take his life. And because of this, she would have been in even more trouble than she already was for not doing the proper counts that night. Plus, there are still some other questions that we have about Noel, especially with that deposit of $5,000 11 days before his death, and her trip to Beijing while she was supposedly injured. In fact, this is why she was asked at the House Oversight Committee to come in for a transfer, which finally took place on the 19th of May, 2026.
Okay, this guy's going to be the problem.
They released the transcript for the interview, so we hurriedly added this small section into the conclusion at the last minute, which may be why it feels a bit out of place. So, according to Tova in the interview, $5,000, along with all of the other deposits that she received even well before Epstein was arrested, was due to a savings challenge she imposed on herself. She would make a goal and save that amount in cash. Then once she reached that goal, she deposited the cash into her account. Honestly, that's clever. With how much she was making due to her overtime, it makes sense that she could save money, and it may be why she was able to afford the Range Rover. For the trip to Beijing, well, it seems that the Reddit theory about meeting up with Ahmad Ben Salem is incorrect. Not that we believed it that strongly to begin with. Beijing was only mentioned in the files as the airport she left before returning to JFK. She explains that it was only a connecting flight, and she had actually traveled to Thailand. She said it was for vacation and not connected to Epstein in any way. But they don't seem to press her about it or get any more information, and there are no answers as to why she did it while out on injury leave. But to us, it doesn't sound too suspicious. Then, for the orange blob going up the stairs in the surveillance footage, well, she claims that since then, she has seen the video many times and is still confused. The committee came to the same conclusion as us and stated that it would make sense it was her. Plus, with her colleague asleep, she was the only one that could have gone up the stairs or opened the grill to L tier with her key to let someone else in. But she still maintained that she never delivered linen, ever, and insisted she was just as confused about what that blob was. So, is she still lying to cover for herself, as we suspect, or did she just forget, given how strange our memories work? We don't know, and we probably will never know at this point. But regardless of that, when you dig through the files and read the statements, what at first seems like a string of coincidences pointing to a murder cover-up may be more straightforward than originally thought. After obtaining the context behind every suspicious detail,
Well, this is no Queens or Threes. We could have this.
And a manipulative, scum-of-the-earth millionaire found the opportune moment to off himself. And before anyone comments that he didn't want his life to end because he told the
Of course, it's a three. Right off fucking rip.
Really be truthful with the people whose job it is to stop it from happening. In the end, he convinced them
Fuck
to take
me.
watch. But that they should have never done that. Also, there's a small note from an interview with his last cellmate, Efrain Reyes, the S prevention advocate, who described a night where Epstein woke Reyes up by sitting on his bunk, fidgeting with an orange strip of cloth they had hung up for drying clothes. Reyes immediately took it from him and flushed it down the toilet. Reyes said, "Bro, we ain't doing this." Epstein said, "No, I'm just trying to fix this." Reyes said, "No. Was this another attempt at his own life?" Reyes also explained that Epstein told him, "I know I'm never going to see the street again. This is no way to live. I know I got to leave the box, and this ain't no way to live." It's also important to remember that he signed a new will 2 days before he took his life. Plus, he knew he without a cellmate on the night of August 9th. That's why we think he called his girlfriend. He was fine, even if he didn't say the words. In fact, as we are finishing up this script, a judge just released Epstein's S note from his first attempt. Now we could dig into whether or not it's fake and go into the full background of this note, but we feel like we've covered enough of this video to hold that conclusion. However, conspiracy talk has already started. Anyone will believe that the is real, regardless of what the evidence says. We're sure this video won't convince anyone either, and that's okay. Could we be wrong? Maybe. But we hope that if you got anything out of this video, it's that you always need full context to truly understand something. After putting this video together, we realized 2 things. First, it's exhausting to assume that everyone involved is in on the conspiracy. Every branch, every guard, every inmate, every nurse and doctor. And second, one has to wonder if Epstein's death is distracting us from what's really, really important. We don't need justice for Epstein. We need justice for the victims. Epstein already won by not having to face justice, whether he was killed or driven so hard. Meanwhile, the untold number of other perpetrators need to be investigated. All their names are still redacted, thousands of files remain unreleased. Countless filthy who were part of Epstein's original conspiracy, or he was invested, are walking free, currently orchestrating their own legal cover-up as we speak. Due to the controversial nature that we discussed today, there is a good chance that this video will be demonetized. It's at times like this that we depend on the support of viewers like you most to keep our channel independent and free to watch. The first thing you can do is hit the like button. If you're not already, subscribe to the channel. This helps tell the algorithm that this video is, in fact, worthy recommended. Which supports directly. You can go to BlueSoft.com where you can get this book. Inspired by our frustration that the wealthy and control our governments and the corporate.
Theory claims that their videos, often using popular characters like Elsa, Spider-Man, or even cartoon mascots, were intentionally designed to slip past moderation while exposing kids to strange, violent, sexual, or even unsettling scenarios. According to the theory, this wasn't, random content farming, but it was a coordinated effort by hidden networks exploiting algorithms to target children. Some versions suggest that automated systems, foreign studios, or even organized groups were deliberately manipulating kids' content ecosystems for profit, for data harvesting, or even just for these darker psychological purposes. Bin Laden died early 2000s. Now this theory claims that Osama bin Laden actually died years before his official reported death in 2011. According to the theory, bin Laden passed away in the early 2000s due to an illness, injury, or even a covert operation, and that his continued existence was used as a symbolic enemy. Some versions say the recorded messages were old, or staged, or even faked, and that keeping him alive helped justify his wars, surveillance, and military actions. The theory frames his later death announcement as a political closure to a story that had already ended behind the scenes. R245. R245 is a conspiracy-linked term from Scientology lore that refers to an extreme method of handling enemies. According to the theory, R245 is a coded directive meaning physical elimination, specifically a gunshot used to permanently remove a person seen as a threat. The term is cited as proof that hidden organizations use euphemisms and internal codes to basically mask violent actions, which implies, secret justice systems operating outside the law under spiritual or ideological justifications. McMartin Tunnels. This theory comes from allegations tied to the McMartin preschool in the 1980s. Now, the theory claims that a network of hidden underground tunnels existed beneath the school and was used for secret
Raise.
rituals, for abuse, and even for trafficking. Now, according to the story, these tunnels connected to other buildings and were later
Raise.
sealed or destroyed to erase the evidence. Some versions say that authorities knew about the tunnels and helped cover them up, while others
Cool.
claim that the case exposed a much larger, hidden system operating beneath, everyday institutions.
All in.
Phantasma, Colorado. This theory describes a mysterious, red-haired humanoid creature reported in parts of the American Southwest and northern Mexico. Witnesses say that it resembles a Bigfoot-like being with a reddish or copper-colored coat, glowing eyes, and an aggressive presence. The name literally translates to red ghost, referring both to its color and its habit of appearing briefly before vanishing. Some versions claim that it stalks rural areas, ranches, and highways, while others say that it's a supernatural entity tied
Call.
to desert folklore, borderland legends, or an ancient species that avoids human contact, but will occasionally reveal itself. Cattle mutilations.
Cool.
Cattle mutilations refer to reports of livestock found dead with precise surgical
Yeah, he's
cuts,
got a
missing
big problem.
organs, and just no signs of struggle or
He
predators.
wins.
The theory claims that these animals are deliberately targeted, and they are often drained of blood, with tongues, eyes, or reproductive organs removed really cleanly. Some versions say that the mutilations are done by extraterrestrials collecting biological samples, while others blame secret government or military experiments involving radiation, disease monitoring, or genetic research. Now, the lack of tracks, witnesses, or conventional explanation fuels the idea that something highly advanced and hidden is responsible for these repeated global incidents.
Yes. Yes, get in. Raise. Cool.
Call.
Cool. Check. 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 Cool. Nope. Raise.
Fold.
Yeah.
Really, you give it to me, man.
Cool. Raise. Fold.
I'll call.
Cool. 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 Yes. Cool. Raise. Fold.
No fold.
Cool. Check.
Take it.
Yes, get in. Cool.
He'll rise. Because he can't help himself.
Raise. Raise.
Call.
Cool.
Fucking hell.
Check.
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 All in.
Cool. Cool. Yeah. Raise. Cool. Cool. Check. 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 Cool. Yes. Nope. Nah, I'm out. Yeah. Cool. Raise. Cool. Cool. Check. 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 Check.
You're fucking kidding.
Raise. Cool. Yes, get in. Raise. Raise. All in. Cool. Raise. Raise.
Long as we don't get a... Oh my god.
Yeah.
Again, get screwed. Raise.
Raise.
Fold.
Cool.
Fold.
Fold.
Nope.
Fucking take it, dude.
Yay!
Raise.
Raise.
Call.
Raise.
All in.
Alright, nut captain time then.
Okay.
Planet 9 theory claims that there's a massive undiscovered planet far beyond Neptune orbiting deep space. Now, according to the idea,
Raise.
this hidden planet is influencing the orbits of distant objects in the Kuiper Belt, causing strange clustering
I'll call.
made by known planets. Some say that Planet 9 has an extremely long orbit, taking thousands of years to surface.
Raise.
Some people have also claimed that the planet has already been detected, but it's being kept quiet due to fears about its effects or its origins, or
Alright,
what
cool.
it could reveal about the solar system's structure. The Crooked Forest. The Crooked Forest theory focuses on a grove of pine trees in
I'll call.
Finland, where every tree bends sharply at the base before growing straight upward. Now, the theory claims that the unusual shape wasn't caused by nature, but by something hidden, either experimental technology, electromagnetic fields, gravity anomalies, or even time distortion. Some versions suggest that the area was used for secret military testing, while others claim that the forest sits like a geomagnetic hotspot or near an underground structure affecting growth. The uniform bend across dozens of trees is seen as evidence of an extreme
If we
force.
can catch a sneaky 2 and a 3, we're laughing.
The Charles Wells theory claims that a man named Charles Wells appears repeatedly throughout history without aging. According to the idea, photographs, records, or eyewitness accounts place the same
Yes!
man, the same face, the same build, the same features, across different decades or
Yes, get in.
theory suggests that Wells may be a time traveler or a part of a secret experiment involving longevity or temporal manipulation. Some versions say that he moves quietly through society, he changes identities to avoid detection, and others
Fold.
claim that elites know about him and they study him as proof that
Cool.
aging, time, or death itself can be bypassed. Prison Planet. The Prison Planet theory claims that Earth is not a place of growth or learning, but a
Nope.
system for human consciousness. According to the idea, powerful non-human entities trap souls in a cycle of rebirth,
All in.
and reincarnation, feeding off human suffering,
Cool.
fear, and emotional energy. The physical world is seen
You can get a 4.
Yeah.
The Civil War robotics theory claims that the American Civil War wasn't fought only with muskets and cannons, but also involved hidden enemies. According to the idea, secret machines, early robots, automated weapons, or mechanical soldiers were tested during the war and then erased from history. Subversion suited inventors created steam-powered automatons, clockwork weapons funded by military elites.
All in.
Artifacts and trade battlefield accounts point to technology far beyond the 1860s. The theory frames the Civil War as a covert testing ground for advanced warfare,
Cool.
with the records suppressed to preserve the accepted timeline of technological development.
Raise.
Esoteric Hitlerism is the belief that Adolf Hitler was part of a hidden occult or cosmic
I call.
rather than just a political leader. The theory claims that Hitler survived World War II or is a superior state of existence, guided by secret knowledge, ancient Aryan myths, or even extraterrestrial forces. Subversions say that Nazi Germany was searching for mystical power, like hollow earth entrances, lost civilizations, or even divine energy, and that the defeat of the Third Reich was only a surface level event. The theory frames Hitler as a mythic figure whose mission is
Yes.
to return in some transformed way. Stonehead of Guatemala. The Stonehead of Guatemala theory centers on a massive stone sculpture discovered in the Guatemalan jungle, depicting a human head with features that don't clearly match any known Mesoamerican
Cool.
stones. The theory claims that it was created by a lost, highly advanced civilization that existed before recorded history. Subversion say that the face
Check.
represents a different race of humans or non-human beings, possibly linked to Atlantis or ancient visitors. According to these stories, these sites were later destroyed or deliberately buried to suppress evidence
Check.
that human civilization is far older
Check.
and way more complex than officially taught. Dog suicide bridges. Dog suicide bridges theory claims that certain bridges cause dogs to intentionally
Check.
their deaths. Now, the most famous case involves a bridge in Scotland where dogs reportedly bleed from the same spot just again and again. According to the theory, animals sense the humans'
Nope.
like supernatural forces, spirits, or interdimensional presences tied to the location. Subversions suggest that the bridges sit
Ha
in
ha ha.
trails, ley lines, or portals that disturb animal perception, compelling dogs to jump without fear or hesitation, as if they were drawn by something that was invisible and it was calling to them. Stone Age space travel. The Stone Age space travel theory claims that ancient humans reached space thousands of years ago using lost or forgotten technology. According to the theory, early civilizations either developed advanced propulsion systems on their own, or they were assisted by extraterrestrials. Things like cave paintings and ancient carvings
Check.
and myths are interpreted as depictions of spacecraft,
Check.
astronauts, and even space journeys. Subversions say that this knowledge was wiped out by a global
Check.
catastrophe, resetting civilization and leaving only small traces behind.
Check.
The theory also suggests that humanity's technological history isn't a straight line, but it's a cycle of advancement and
Check.
collapse and then rediscovery. MK often is described as a secret offshoot of MK Ultra, focused on using drugs and chemicals to
Cool.
influence human behavior. The theory claims the program explored substances like psychedelics, toxins, and biological agents to manipulate perception, emotions, memory, and decision. Now, MK often experiments aimed
Yeah.
interrogation, control, or incapacitation without leaving obvious physical evidence. Subversions say that the research went beyond individuals and looked at broader behavioral influence, with results classified or absorbed into later intelligence programs run by the CIA. Forest stairs. The forest stairs theory claims that staircases found deep in remote forests that often lead nowhere are actually
Raise.
natural and dangerous. According to the theory, these stairs aren't abandoned structures, but they are objects
Nah,
that
I'm out.
shouldn't exist in nature. Search and rescue stories say people
Haha.
disappearances, or they just never return at all. Some versions claim that these stairs are portals, traps, or leftover structures from another dimension, while others say that they're fake, like they're placed deliberately to lure, curious humans into something
Fold.
that doesn't want to be seen. Glen Towers. The Glen Towers theory claims that a network of call communication towers across the United States is used for emergency broadcasting. According to the theory, these towers emit low-frequency signals capable of influencing human behavior, health, or even your thoughts. Some versions say that they're used for population control, for mind manipulation, or for coordination of other systems like weather modification or surveillance grids. Now, the towers are often described as operating silently in the background. They're always on.
Yes.
And they're deliberately disguised as infrastructure for public safety while secretly forming part of a larger control or monitoring system. SLC Daycare. The SLC Daycare theory refers to allegations from the 1980s involving a daycare in Salt Lake City. Now, the theory claims that the daycare was part of a hidden network involving ritual abuse, underground tunnels, organized exploitation of children. According to the story, children describe secret rooms, masked adults, transportation to other locations, and coordinated silence enforced by powerful figures. Some versions say that evidence was ignored or destroyed, that authorities covered it up to protect insular community. The theory framed the case as part of a wider pattern of hidden abuse rings operating behind, honestly respectable institutions. Tier 6. Yikes. Quiet Hills. Now, Lake City Quiet Hills
Yes.
was a series of strange Craigslist job ads that showed up in the late 2000s. Now, they looked like normal security ads, however, they were written in a long-winded way. They used military-style experience. Now, the name itself, Lake City Quiet Hills, hints at silent gunfire and connects with the
Fold.
U.S. ammunition factory. Internet users started digging into the images and found usernames tied to violent incidents and overseas attacks.
Haha.
The theory claims that the ads were secret signals used to recruit or to communicate with assassins or covert operatives. Holy water was a mysterious substance discovered by Soviet scientists in the 1960s. Now, it looked like ordinary water, but it was thicker and it behaved differently. The theory
Raise.
claims that it was a new form of water with altered molecular structure that could damage normal water on contact.
Cool.
Some feared that it could contaminate oceans and living organisms if it was released. Others believed it had mind-altering or biological effects, and that governments secretly studied it as a potential weapon
Check.
or quietly shutting the research down. Sphinx water erosion. The Sphinx water erosion claims that the Great Sphinx of Giza is far older than mainstream history says. Now, the idea focuses on
Woo! Raise.
Cool. Check.
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 Check. Cool.
Haha. Raise.
Fold.
Yes. Raise.
Fold.
Ha ha ha. Raise. Haha. Raise. Yay. Raise.
Cool. Check.
Check.
Check. Fold.
She's becoming a fucking pain.
Ha ha ha. Raise.
No thanks.
No, no, I'm out.
Woo! Raise.
Cool. Check. Cool. Check.
All in.
Cool.
Have you got it, Doc? Fuck off.
Haha. Fold.
Yes, get him. Cool.
She's gonna raise.
Raise.
Why is he raising so much? No, fuck you. Let's
All
go.
in.
Fold.
Yeah. Fold.
Yes. Raise.
Cool. Check. All in.
Pull.
Seven or a spade.
Yes. Cool.
All in.
Cool. Yeah. Cool. Cool.
No.
Nope.
Raise.
No.
Nope. Cool. Not cool. Cool. Riz.
All in.
Cool. Haha. Raise.
Fold.
Fold. Fold. Raise.
Nope.
Fold.
Ice. Raise. Cool. That's cool.
Fold.
Fold. Check.
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 Cool.
I'm gonna have a look at it.
Cool.
Cool. Yes.
Raise.
Cool.
Fold.
Fold.
Check.
Check. Cool. All in.
Fold.
Yeah.
Raise.
Cool.
Cool.
Fold.
Ugh.
Food.
Yeah, no, I'm backing out of this one.
Yeah. Raise. Hardcore.
Nope.
Nope.
This could end up an all-in.
Food. Yeah.
Might actually have to have a look and
Raise.
I don't know if I want to look that much.
Cool.
Yeah, I'm not that keen on that look.
Hardcore. Check.
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 Nope.
Cool.
This could be interesting.
Cool.
There's a flush.
Ush. Raise.
Cool.
Hardcore.
No.
Nope.
Fold. Ice. Fold.
Cool.
Raise.
Really, guy?
Cool.
Ooh.
Check. Cool. Check. Cool. Check. Cool. Yes, get in. Cool.
Raise.
Might be worth a look at.
Cool.
Well, we've kind of fucking committed, so.
Cool.
Check.
I check.
Check.
Cool. Cool. Yes. Fold.
No fold.
Cool.
Cool. Nope.
If I had a three, I would have been running it. Or maybe even if I had an ace, I probably would have run it.
Raise.
Cool. Fold.
Check.
Check. Raise.
Call.
All in.
I call.
Winning with nothing.
Haha.
Wow.
Raise.
Nope.
Raise.
Yeah, I'm out.
Fold.
Call.
He's playing to catch up. So.
Are cool.
Ooh.
Raise.
All in.
Yeah.
Alright, he's gonna be a problem.
Raise.
No.
Fold.
Fold. Yeah. Fold.
Fold.
Ha ha.
Cool.
Fold.
Fold.
Do your raise, you know you're going to.
Check. Check.
Check.
Take it.
Nope.
Yeah. Fold.
Call.
Raise.
Oh my god. He's pushing his fucking razors.
Check. Nah, I'm out. Cool.
Raise.
Why is he rising constantly?
Fold.
Fold.
Cool.
I'm gonna have to. Like, oh, fuck me.
Check.
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 Really? Nah, I'm sorry, dude. You're fucking bluffing.
All in.
Cool.
Maybe not. I need to catch a diamond.
Yeah.
Not cool.
Cool.
Fold.
Ugh.
Ush. Fold.
Fold.
Fuck off. These increases are getting crazy. Five two and I got the full body.
Raise. Fold.
Call.
Oh, what you call him for?
Check.
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 All in.
No, you can
No.
keep it, pal.
Ush.
Had I had more money, would have been fucking copping it. But
Raise. Fold.
Call. Check.
All in.
you can't. No way. No, I'm calling you, pal.
Yeah. Cool.
Raise.
Cool. Fold.
Give him that one.
Yeah.
Don't get too excited, pal. I only need one good hand to fucking bury you.
Raise.
Cool. Check. Cool. Check. All in. Yes. Cool.
Check. Check.
Check. Check. Nah, I'm out.
Fold.
Yeah.
Can I see my cards?
Fold.
Be nice if you let me see my fucking cards.
Fold.
Yeah.
All we've got to do is work out a way to beat him, and
Cool.
All in.
Cool.
as long as we don't get a 5 or a 7, we're good.
Yes, get in.
What do we have to get on this one?
Check.
Check.
Check. All in.
Nope.
Yeah. Raise. Cool.
Fold.
Cool. Check. Cool. Check. All in. Nope. Yes, get in. Raise.
Nope.
Raise. 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 All in. Cool.
We need an ace. Ace or a flush.
Yeah.
Well played. I've got a bit of work to do though.
Call.
Nope. Raise.
I call.
Check. Cool. Check. Cool. Check. All in.
Call. Yay!
Alright, potentially we can hit all these in the one.
Raise.
Fold.
Cool.
I'll call it. Ooh.
Check.
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 Check. Cool.
What have you gone in with, love?
Nice one.
Raise.
Nope.
Go.
Fold.
Nice.
Cool.
Fold.
Raise.
Cool.
We sort of committed to it, so
Cool. All in.
Fold.
Yeah.
Raise.
Cool.
Cool. Check.
Check.
Fold.
Fold.
Yeah. Raise.
Go.
sheesh.
Forward.
Yes.
Cool.
Fold.
Raise.
No.
Nah, I'm out.
Ha
Raise.
Forward.
Yes.
Raise.
Fold.
No.
Yeah.
Cool.
No. Fold.
Raise.
Cool. Check. All in.
Forward.
Yeah.
Raise.
All in.
Go.
Cool.
Check.
Fold.
Nice one. No.
Yes. Cool.
Check.
Cool.
Nice. No.
Jesus was an Anunnaki is the idea that Jesus was not purely human, but he was a being connected to the Anunnaki, which were
get in.
the ancient gods described in Mesopotamian tradition. The theory treats biblical miracles as advanced abilities or technology rather than supernatural magic. Now, Jesus' birth, his teachings, and his resurrection are framed as part of a larger plan by the Anunnaki to guide or manage story. It becomes an alien contact story where Jesus is a hybrid or an engineered figure sent to influence humanity's spiritual and social paths.
Raise.
Colors don't exist. Colors don't exist is the idea that color is not a real property of the world, but it is something great and best. Now, light has different ways.
Cool.
The red or blue experience is treated as a mental overlay built on your nervous system. The theory pushes it further by saying that everyone's internal color experience could be different, and that no one could ever
Check.
explain that reality is basically colorless data, and that color is a unique interface that helps you navigate.
All in.
It's not a feature of the universe itself. Which, funny enough, this theory was actually one of the first theories that I loved. It's all fun and it's all games.
I go.
Yeah.
It's a rose that's blue. Valley of Lost Candles. Now, the Valley of Lost Candles is a legend about a remote valley where lights appear at night like floating candles in the distance. Then realizes there are no camps, towns, or roads where the lights should be. But there is some guiding people deeper into the valley until they get disoriented and sometimes they become spirits of the lost, which describe them as
So we've got to get a full house and daily process.
This is the idea that blind people access a different kind of dreaming that reveals hidden information. Instead of visual scenes, their dreams are described as pure space, sound, emotion, and sensation.
Take us ages to eat a full house on this.
Experimental transmitters, radio towers, or specialized devices to push thoughts, moods, and impulses into targets from a distance. Instead of persuasion, it was direct mental pressure, boosting obsession, paranoia, and aggression while guiding key choices at the right moment.
Cool. Check.
I check.
Check.
Yeah.
Raise. Cool.
Cool. Check.
Check. Check.
Check.
Check. Check. Cool. Yes. Cool.
Raise.
Nah, I'm out. Cool. Cool.
No, you can.
Yes. Raise.
Fold. Cool.
Claims that these devices can later be used for identification, tracking, or health data collection without the person ever noticing it. Hospitals and dental systems are framed as the perfect cover because early mouth exams are normal and kids lose teeth anyway. Some versions push it further and say that the implants connect to larger monitoring programs that follow someone for life under the guise
Check.
of medical care. Transcension hypothesis. The transcension hypothesis describes advanced civilizations going inward instead of outward. Now, as technology improves, everything gets smaller. More efficient. So the best place to live is near black hole-like conditions. So instead of spreading across the galaxy with, obvious megastructures, a civilization compresses into ultra-compact systems, possibly building around black holes that effectively leaves the visible universe by becoming almost impossible to detect. Now, this is used to explain why space looks quiet. Like the smartest life doesn't expand, it disappears into high-density inner space.
That's a big rise. Let's have a look at it.
Squeaking toys. Okay, I think she's done. Okay, so Michigan Blue Hell is the idea that somewhere in Michigan there's a real-world, out-of-bounds spot, usually tied to underground tunnels or an abandoned building. Now, if you find the right door, stairwell, or passage and go far enough, the space stops behaving normally. Walls feel wrong, directions loop, and in reality into a blue tinted void, like falling through the map in a video. Now, people who reach this,
Check.
either vanish, they come back changed, or they return with missing time and fragments of what they saw in that place. No heaven, only hell. No heaven, only hell is the idea that the afterlife has been lied about. I mean, instead of two destinations,
Fold.
there's said to be only one. It's a first realm where souls are trapped.
Cool.
Heaven in this theory is kind of framed as a comforting story used to keep people obedient and hopeful, while the real structure is a one-way system that feeds on suffering. Some versions describe it like a prison or farm where souls are processed, recycled, or punished endlessly. Now, near-death experiences, nightmares, and reports of dark entities are treated as glimpses of the truth, suggesting that the universe is built around
all in.
Reward. Time is going faster. Time is going faster is the idea that the flow of time is accelerating, even if, our clocks aren't technically getting faster. People describe weeks feeling like days, memories blurring, and years passing with no sense of weight. The theory claims that this is not more stress, but it's a real change in how reality runs. Some versions say that the Earth is moving through space and time. Others blame technology and constant stimulation, compressing perception, making life feel sped up. The strongest version says that the timeline itself is moving as the world approaches a major reset point. Like reality is almost like we're rushing to get somewhere, or they're rushing towards 18.
Raise.
Cool.
route telegraph lines, coded messages, switchboards, and early long-distance signal systems. Now, operators and agencies could send data, they could route it, and they could even
Check.
through human-run relay hubs that acted like servers. Some versions add secret signal stations and
Check.
private corporate lines, claiming that the public only
Check.
saw the simple version, while a deeper network handled surveillance, finance, and government coordination, kind of like an offline internet. Tier 16, Soviet Skinlight. Soviet Skinlight is the claim that Soviet researchers trained
Nope.
people to perceive light and color through their skin. Now, in the stories, subjects are blindfolded but can still identify colored cards, shapes, and sometimes letters by moving
Yes.
fingertips or palms over them. Now, the skin is treated like a sensory surface that can pick up light information, almost like a second set of eyes. Now, the idea often gets tied to special programs that work with children because they were seen as easier to train. The rumored end goal was practical
Cool.
use, letting someone read, navigate, or recognize signals without relying on normal vision, with obvious value for military and intelligence work.
Raise.
Reality's reality effect. Reality's reality effect is the idea that reality works like a self-correcting story. Now, when people start noticing patterns,
Raise.
questioning what is real, or pushing at the edges, almost adjusts to keep everything feeling normal and believable. Things like strange coincidences line up, missing details suddenly appear, witnesses change their memory, and inconvenient evidence fades out, all to restore a clean version of events.
Call.
Some versions add that secret groups try to provoke this on purpose, staging situations to see how far reality can be bent before it snaps back into a convincing shape. We build the universe.
Check.
Theory is the idea that observing dark energy is dangerous because observation is not passive. Measuring dark energy is treated like poking the deepest rule of reality. When scientists map cosmic expansion, analyze supernovas, or try to pin down what dark energy is, the universe is said to react. Some versions
This might have been my full house.
where looking forces a collapse into a different outcome. Others describe it like triggering vacuum decay, which is a chain reaction that wipes out the current universe and restarts it in a new state. Now, the twist is that nobody notices because the reset includes our memories and history.
Yeah.
Every time we look at dark energy, we might be thinking everything and waking up inside the next version of reality. Unholy teleology. Now, unholy teleology is the idea that history has a built-in direction, but the destination is dark. Now, instead of the universe
Raise.
trending toward progress or balance, everything is being pulled toward a specific end state that benefits something predatory. Things like wars, plagues,
Fold.
and collapses, and even bursts of technology are treated like steps in a plan, not just like random events. When society starts to stabilize, something nudges it
Cool.
back into chaos so that the timeline stays on track. Human choices still happen, but the range of outcomes is guided, like a maze that always funnels you to the exact same exit. The unholy part is the purpose itself.
Check.
And that's basically that reality is steering toward maximum suffering, a final reveal, or the opening of a door that should never be opened. 24-hour year. 24-hour year is the idea that a full year is not 365 days, but it is really just 24
Cool.
hours, and we have been taught the wrong scale of time. Now, the theory claims that the sun's year cycle is being simulated, stretched,
Check.
or looped, making one real day feel like an entire year inside a controlled system. Things like seasons, holidays, and even aging are framed as programmed phases that repeat
Fold.
inside that 24-hour container. Clocks and calendars are treated like interfaces that keep people synchronized to the illusion. Some versions say
Alright,
this is
we
why
might have
time
to
is speeding up, and it's basically
get rid of a few people, I think.
progressing toward the end of the 24-hour cycle. When the day
This
ends,
table's getting a
resets,
bit
and
crowded
next
now.
year without remembering the previous one. God's second son. God's second son is the idea that Jesus was not the only divine child sent to earth. A second son was born, lived, or is still alive.
Jesus.
If identity was hidden, religious power centralized. Some versions miracles and early Christian
Cool.
disputes, with his story removed when leaders decided which texts became official. Others claim that he founded an underground bloodline that still exists and is protected by guarded families and private orders. Instead of a public ministry, this figure works through symbols, coded teachings, and quiet influence. Now, the end of this story is usually always the same.
Check.
The second son eventually reveals himself, not to replace Jesus, but to complete an unfinished plan and reset what people think they know about God's design. Earth is bigger than the sun. Earth is bigger than the sun is the claim that these
All in.
exaggerated and these fragments of Earth have been manipulated. The idea says that the sun is actually a smaller, closer object, more kind of like a powerful light in the sky rather than
Fold.
just a massive star. Meanwhile, Earth is described as far larger, with oceans and continents beyond the known world. Photos of the sun, its measurements, and scale models are treated as staged or based on false assumptions. Basically, this theory is saying that the real Earth
Yes,
is a
get in.
realm, and the sun is just one moving lamp within it, which is why the sun looks the size it does from the ground, and why it appears rather than cosmic. Oxygen is poison. Oxygen is poisonous is the idea that oxygen is not the life-giving element that we are taught, but it's actually a slow-acting toxin. Now, the theory claims that living things were originally adapted to a different atmosphere, and that the rise of oxygen forced life to evolve survival tricks instead
Raise.
of thriving naturally. Aging is framed as long-term oxidation damage. Basically,
All we've
rusting
got to do now is just hit that full house and
alive in the short term,
Fold.
but it also breaks you down over time, which is why bodies fail.
yeah, done with this one.
Some versions say that the atmosphere is intentionally maintained at a level that keeps humans limited, tired, and short-lived. This theory basically just says that what we call normal air is a controlled environment, and true vitality require a different mix that people are not allowed to access. Pangea is a U.S. state. This theory says that Pangea is not an ancient supercontinent. It is
Cool.
a real modern jurisdiction that exists off the map. The claim is that it functions like a shadow state used for paperwork, corporate registration, and classified projects, with its
Raise.
own courts, laws, and even its own tax setup. References to Pangea in old documents, shipping systems, and databases, and even odd map
Fold.
labels are kind of seen as like accidental leaks. Some versions place it on a remote island chain, a sealed military zone, or even a
Cool.
massive ocean platform. The point is that it lets powerful groups operate in a legal gray space, while everyone just assumes that Pangea is only prehistoric history. Comic-Con
Check.
child recruitment. Comic-Con child recruitment is the idea that big comic and fandom conventions double as hunting grounds for quietly
Check.
shuttling minors into 3D networks. It trains cosplay contests, fan meetups, volunteer programs, and talent
Check.
scouting as cover for adults who target kids that want attention, community, or a chance to be seen online. The claim is that contact starts in public, and then it shifts into
All in.
private chats, exclusive invites, and off-site hangouts, with pressure disguised as mentorship.
I call.
Things like badges and photos and social media tags are seen as an easy way to identify and track specific kids across events. Now, the darkest versions connected to organized exploitation rings that move from convention to convention, staying hidden in plain sight.
Yeah.
Alright, let's move on to Tier 17. Nothing outside your vision exists. Now, this theory says that reality only renders where you are looking. Everything behind you, inside closed rooms, or beyond your attention is treated like ungenerated space, turn your eyes toward it. Object permanence becomes a trick that your brain assumes and not a reality of the universe. The world stays stable because it details the moment that you check, using memory and expectation to keep the illusion seamless. Some versions push it further and claim that other people only fully exist when you interact with them, and that the rest of the time
What
they're
have we
just
got on this one?
placeholder NPCs. Life basically just becomes a first-person simulation where
Oh, with 30 eggs. Sheesh. Oh, what a break, dude.
the person exists. I'm trying to illustrate all. Invisible walls. This theory says that there are real barriers in the world that you cannot see, but that you can, like, you're gonna describe walking or driving in open space and then seeing something randomly pass.
Raise.
Cool. Check.
Check.
Check. Cool. Check. Cool.
Yeah. Raise.
Cool.
Yeah. Raise.
All in.
Raise.
As long as there's not 9 or 10s.
Yes. Cool.
All in.
Cool.
Well, it says 990 Kings. Ugh.
Woo! All in. Woohoo!
Cool.
Raise.
Cool.
Yeah. Raise.
Cool. Check.
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 Check. Cool. Yes, get in. Cool.
Raise.
Cool.
Check.
Check.
Yeah.
Don't worry, trust me. First chance I get, I'm sending you home, love.
Raise.
Cool. Check.
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 Check. Cool.
Woo!
Cool.
Check. Check.
Check. All in.
Nope.
Yeah.
Raise.
Cool.
Check.
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 Check. All in.
Call. Woohoo!
And she played that one well.
Raise.
Cool. All in.
Call.
Yeah. Cool.
Raise.
Cool. Check. Cool. Cool. Yes, get in. Cool. Check. Check. Cool. Check. All in.
No.
Yes. Cool.
Raise.
Cool. Check. All in.
Call.
Yeah! Cool.
Check. Check.
Check. Cool. Cool. Yes. Yeah. Cool.
Raise.
Cool.
Check.
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 Check. Cool. Yes, get in.
Raise. Yeah.
Cool. Cool.
Check.
Check. Check. Cool. Yeah.
Raise.
Cool. Check.
Check. Check.
Check. Cool. Yeah.
Check.
Nice.
Raise.
Cool.
Check.
Check.
Ush.
biggest conspiracy theory on today we're going to
Raise.
more of the darkest alien conspiracy theory iceberg. Now, I will say that this teaser has some of my favorite theories in it, so make sure you guys stick around until the end. Let's jump right to the theories. Subscribe if you're not already. Yo, alright, first
Haha.
Luciferian alien argument. The theory here says that the behavior that the U.S. government made contact with in the 1950s weren't just advanced extraterrestrials offering technology. They were ancient traditions called archons, or interdimensional entities that the Gnostic texts
Raise.
of Christianity described as rulers and manipulators of the material
Cool.
world. Now, these beings feed on human spiritual energy and keep souls trapped in cycles of reincarnation. According to this theory, the deal made with the phrase wasn't offered just to
Check.
President Eisenhower alone. It was first offered to a network of high-ranking Freemasons and other initiates within the military-industrial complex who had already been in contact with these entities to ritual
Cool.
practices for decades. Now, the technology exchange was just a material layer of a much older transaction. What was
Checked.
actually being traded was spiritual authority over the human race, things like the right to harvest, the right to manipulate, and ultimately the right to own human entities. But as theory, it was
Cool.
influence of human religion. Now, this theory kind of goes back to the Illuminati and ancient aliens, and it basically just claims that religion was built on control.
Check.
Now, in the Alton National Library, there is a collection of ancient Gnostic texts that were discovered in the
All in.
It was created by a flawed, lesser being called the Nephira from the Serpent Sun.
Hardcore.
The Nephilim operate a class of entities called archons, which we have talked about before, and they are the inorganic life forms that move in the physical world and exist specifically to
You
humans
bitch.
specifically. And they are basically just cut off from their true working behavior when the texts call inflection. Now, Sean Flash, who's a researcher and
Haven't
an
even.
author, claims that the archons operate with subliminal conditioning and that their single most effective tool for that conditioning is religious doctrine itself.
All in.
They don't need to control humanity through force. They kind of just need humans focused upward, praying to a God that is outside of themselves, waiting for salvation.
Cool.
Rather than ever looking inward or investigating, actually managing the system and keep moving, if that makes sense. Now, if this is true, I mean, every major world religion basically becomes a variation of the exact strategy. Worship redirects attention away from the self and away from this reality. Heal an original sin to keep people from lying. And the promise of an afterlife will cause
Yes.
people to happen to them while they're alive. Some people also claim that angels and demons are these entities wearing different masks for different belief systems. So this theory is just saying that religion was never really about connecting humanity to the divine. It basically was a leash, and it was kind of dressed up to look like the rope that sent people to the grave. The Rockefeller Initiative. So
Yes, get in.
brother of David Rockefeller, and obviously is part of one of the most wealthiest families in American history, spent the 1990s personally funding and lobbying for full government disclosure of UFOs. Now, in 1993, shortly after Clinton took office,
All in.
lawyer Henry Diamond began pushing the White House directly to declassify everything that the CIA and the Air Force held on UFOs, and specifically
Cool.
Roswell was named as the case that mattered the most. Now, in 1995, Hillary Clinton traveled to the Rockefeller family ranch in Jackson, Wyoming, and met with Rockefeller in person. Now, the photograph that came out of that weekend became honestly one of
Ready
the most
King or
bizarre
no, I know.
photos in modern political history. And it was a photo of Clinton walking through the woods, holding a copy of a book called Are We Alone?
Yeah.
Philosophical Implications of the Discovery of Extraterrestrial Life. Rockefeller also funded a 1995 research effort called the UFO Briefing Document, compiling what people called the most credible evidence
Yeah.
Study and expressing hope that the U.S. government, other governments, and the United Nations cooperate in releasing what they have. So the theory here just says that even if disclosure never really came, someone with that much money and that much access believed that it was
Fold.
possible, and I mean, he tried at least. Project Sigma and alien communication. Now, buried inside of MJ-12,
Got a long way to go to get in there.
became a much smaller and more specific program called Project Sigma. Now, Project Sigma wasn't just about recovering crashed craft. It was about talking to whoever was flying. Project Sigma started under a broader classified effort to
Where is
for and became hosted in Project by 1976. Now, its entire vision was established
All in.
direct communication with the aliens themselves. Now, the useful breakthrough became the
Give us a king offer it.
Yeah.
lasted roughly 3 hours, and during that time, the officers released information directly with these machines. Documents describe Sigma as continuing to operate out of Air Force Base in New Mexico. Well, beyond that point, alongside a joint effort called Project Plato, which was specifically tasked with establishing formal diplomatic relations once communication with extraterrestrials had been possible. Now, some claim that the contact didn't start with radio. It actually started with astronomers spotting large unidentified objects approaching Earth in 1953. Now, these objects traveled in U-like orbit directly over the equator once they arrived. Now, again, if this theory is true, Sigma was the program that intercepted communications in a couple very shapes. Now, the FBI has stamped these documents what they like to call bogus. They've done it more than once. But in 2026, an anonymous researcher claimed to find administrative filing codes on the MJ-12 papers that matched genuine declassified CIA records from the same decade, which were codes that, no poster or no scam artist would have had a way of knowing that. So the theory just says that somewhere in the New Mexico desert in 1964, an American military officer sat down and had a conversation.
And following the terms of wrestlers in the 40s and 1984, putting together a medal list. We'll also talk about the wrestlers in the 50s. 1984. I knew you were going to say that as I go
Raise.
my list here from under this stack of paperwork. There we have
Cool.
And we've got a little figuring to do, as they say, but what we've been doing for some time now, and people can go back on the YouTube channel and take a look at all the clips. We
Check.
put together a list of the main active wrestlers. By far, this is not complete, but the main active wrestlers
Check.
in territories in 1984. And figured out which ones were still in their 20s, which ones in their 30s, 40s, 50s, and who the top
All in.
20 were in each category. And we've already gone through 5 different wrestling Hall of Fames, and we proved that while today the guys on top are in their 40s, that the guys in 40 years ago, the guys in their 20s were.
Yeah.
Anything else on that? Well, then, Paulie,
Cool.
because he's doing double duty in 2 different universes. He's got the Vision group going on, but he's also got Lesnar. And Paul came out and cut the promo on Obafemi and the Hell. Jim? Yes. A lot of listeners have sent over a photo. I'm assuming you saw it because it was everywhere. John Cena, the shaved head,
getting ready for the hair transplant surgery, and he's the one sharing it. He's not hiding from it. He's not embarrassed by it. He's letting the world know what he's doing. Says he wishes he had done it earlier in his career. What are your thoughts? What are your thoughts on
What
this?
earlier? Hasn't he already had a hair
Cool.
enhancement of some description already?
I believe so, but he decided I need more.
Well, but then he's saying it sounds like this is his first big, or did he just have like? He's had some kind of procedure done, so maybe it was just a temporary, or they spray painted and glued it on with Elmer's.
Fold.
And now he's going to make the whole plunge here. Why did he have to take a picture of himself with his head shaved? Did the clinic pay him to reveal this knowledge? And that's why he did it, because elsewise, he's a goddamn multimillionaire and he can go and come as he pleases. Will you just go home for about 6 or 8 weeks till everything grew in? Why is
Raise.
this being revealed?
I don't know. It's a good question. What motivated him to share this?
Cool.
Again, he's not emotional. He's talked about it before.
Well, he should be.
Should he?
You know where they get the hair that they plant in your head? No,
Check.
it's from the asses of jackals and various jungle creatures and the crotches of
check.
monkeys, wherever they can find it. Then you don't know what you're going to get.
What we heard was they take it from one part of your
Check.
head and then they transplant it hair by hair to another part of your head.
Well, but Cena hardly has any hair on his fucking body already, so it's slim pickings.
That's what I also didn't understand. It looked like he had some hair on the sides of his head, even though it was shaved down
Cool.
and cut it, whatever you want to say. But the top was completely bald. Once you have it done, if you I guess it would grow back if it was going to grow back. That's the
Check.
problem.
Well, yes, we got one of the emails from the listeners said, no, they're actually planted. It's like grass. If you cut it, it'll grow back. So, but heavens, why just photograph
All in.
yourself disfigured like that? Bald as an egg, slicker than a cue ball.
It's always weird.
Fold.
You know, I mean, Cena kind of pulls it off because he wasn't completely bald and the front had
No. Here's the thing. In all honesty, everybody, all men used to look like shit with no hair until we got used to some guys with no hair like Telly Savalas, Steve Austin, and, you know, whatever the fuck. And now it's not remarkable, but John looks like
Cool.
fucking Jim Varney to begin with the hair slicked back and with the little bald spot he had, but bald, he looks
Raise.
like fucking Opie Taylor was somehow with an acromegalic problem, where his fucking features are developing in disproportionate speeds. But think about it, little Ronnie Howard. He's 8 years old, and suddenly he gets the ball that they're pitching, and Mayberry RFD hits him in the head, and it stimulates his pituitary gland, and he gets the giantism disease, acromegalic fucking tumor function, whatever, and then he looks like Rondo Hatton in
Fold.
the Creeper. That's kind of what Cena looks like, bald-headed.
You know, it's weird. MJF, whatever he did, he was the one who kind of put it out there or allowed others in the company to put it out there that he had it done. You would think this thing you disappear, you have done, and the hope is you kind of blend in, not that you appear like you had a thing glued to your head or something.
Yes.
But he put it out there. He made it a central thing. He kind of made it something. I can't not focus on his hair now. Every time I see the guy, I'm
Raise.
like, how did they do that? What did they do? Where did they do it? But it's just weird that we now have
All
people
in.
doing it and putting it out there. I don't know. It just
Then why do
Fold.
it? Because to me, it was always like the guy that Tony Schiavone. You show up on TV with gray
get him.
hair, and then a year later or whatever, somebody suddenly they've got brown hair. What the fuck? They're aging in reverse? Is the Benjamin Button bullshit going on? If you've already, the idea is to, if you don't want them to know your hair is gray, don't let it go that far. Either
Cool.
start doing and keep it up.
Wanted to come say what's up. Do you want to talk about a conspiracy theory from Montana? You want to talk to the people? Let them know.
Race.
Cool. All in.
Know what's up? Oh, if you guys are new to the channel and haven't watched any of my videos before, this is
No.
famous Sadie balls. We call her ball sack or balls or, whatever. Let's just come here and say hi here and there.
Yeah!
From Montana, you guys are welcome. Lady came to say what's up. Alright, so the security guards outside of the base reported seeing, glowing disc-shaped object. And then after that, the Air Force just quietly classified it. The official reports blamed a power malfunction, but the crews who were there swore that it wasn't just a random technical glitch. Some even said that the lights and the electronics flickered in ways that they have never seen before. And years later, a retired officer named Robert Salas came forward saying that he was on duty during the incident and that he was told to never speak about it. So anyways, the theory is that a UFO shut down America's nukes at Malmstrom Air Force Base, either as a warning or to show who, and the government covered up to keep people from realizing that something unknown could control those dangerous weapons. Zodiacs of the solar universe. In the 1960s and the early 70s, California was stalked by a killer who called himself the Zodiac. Now, he attacked couples in secluded areas, he taunted police with letters, and he sent cryptic ciphers to newspapers. The confirmed attacks left at least 5 people dead, but in his letters, he claimed the real number was much higher. And that's where the conspiracy theories start. Now, one of the strongest theories is that the Zodiac Killer was responsible for many more